Hello, Gab. How are you? Welcome on in. Hang on here. Get some water. Let's see what's going on with this. Oh, I'm actually surprised that melted back into itself. Last time I did this, it exploded all over the place, so I'm actually kind of impressed. Okay. Tastes fine. Okay. All right. Let us see here. It has been a minute. It has been a minute. All right. Now that I finished dinner, I can type properly. I might be skipping dinner today. Breakfast was good, but I ate some. I decided that after the 999 stream, I was gonna just go and like eat some wings. My stomach has not been cooperating with me today. I had like I tried to have like a light breakfast, so I had like eggs, some bacon, and like home fries, and even that, like my stomach is just like it did not go down well. It doesn't feel like it, but we're powering through. I hope I'm like not genuinely getting sick. But I should be go. What's up, Poppy? Welcome on in. Currently dreading having to wake up early tomorrow morning. So am I. So am I. All right. Holy cow, what the hell did we do last time here? I believe that this was Maria. Like, Mario was like, oh yeah, the witch is real, and then like she would act like the witch. Me as a child, haha, Garfield is funny. Me as an adult, Garfield speaks the truth. Fuck Mondays. It's very true. Yes, everybody, yeah, you grow up and you realize, wait a minute, no, the cat was right. We were introduced to Maria, I'm still not 100% sure if she's like embodying the witch or not, if she's going to become the witch, if she just becomes Beatrice or whatnot, but she can see Beatrice, and so can all the staff, and they're just like, Battler, don't fuck around, don't be like, oh, you can't see her. Thank you, Poppy. 95 for the seagulls. Thank you for the 95 bits. I appreciate it. For all the squawk and the and so Battler just kind of goes on. He's like, whatever. We ended our conversation about maturity and experience, and then accusing Ava, and then Ava accusing Nazi of defenestrating grandfather. Oh, that's right. Yes. While all that was going on, at some point, then like accusations started going around about like, you did it, no, you did it, and here's how you did it, and then no, but you did it, and this is how you were doing it, right? And then the whole time, Nazi has come down and has like her grandfather's, well, I guess it would be her father's gun. So she has a rifle in her hands. Nice, 15 streams. So she has a rifle in her hand, which, You know, that sounds like a good idea. Just somebody having a gun here when there's a murderer about. Um, well, at least they're acknowledged that there's a murderer, right? So, while all that's going down, Nazi. Oh, right, because they were talking about like the different ways that somebody could have done it, and they were like, they started to rule people out, and it seemed like everybody was cleared. And then that was when Ava started to become a complete asshole and had Hideyoshi kind of backing her up, being like, "Oh, you did it." Oh, right, because they were talking about the concept of like, you know, the absence of evidence isn't the evidence of absence. Because they were relating it to like God and stuff, or maybe we were talking about that, about like how hard it is to, you know, prove something that, like, you know, like, oh, prove that God exists, and it's like, well, it's much easier to say like, well, you can't prove that he doesn't exist, and it's like, well, yeah, I guess you've set the table for there is a God, but I'm like, but they're not here. I mean, like, what discussion are we actually having, right? So while all that's going on, Natsuhi eventually at some point pulls out the gun and points it at Ava, which is what Ava wants. Ava's like chiding and trying to get her to react, to make her look more guilty. And then Battler steps in, defends her, and is like, well, wait a minute, you know, like, well, how do you know this? How can you prove? Yada yada yada. Let's turn the table around, the chessboard around, because that's his whole thing. He's saying it like so many times. Hello, Invisible Jack, is it not on? Hang on. There you go. And I think that's where we last left off. And I think we almost started the next bit of it. And then I said, no, let's hold off. So that is where we're at. I do like that it does this little transition before sending you back in. It feels a lot better than just doing like a hard load where it just like loads and it's like, here you are, you're back at the screen. Feels like the rain's gotten a little lighter. Still pouring down. Even if it did stop, there's no boat on this island. But it'd be nice if the boat came quickly tomorrow. I've had enough of this. I've had enough of this Western mansion vacation. Mom, when will the boat come tomorrow? Normally, the boat to take them back will arrive at 3 o'clock today. You're a year wiser. UMINEKO should be a breeze to solve now. Yeah, duh. That's how brain and intelligence works. Thank you for the birthday wishes, by the way, B. Edwards. I hope you're doing well. They probably sent us a phone call to say that they would come after the typhoon passed, but unfortunately the phones aren't working. But they aren't children over there. They were told to both drop off and collect our guests. So they'll most likely arrive first thing tomorrow morning. Probably around 9 p.m. 9 o'clock, I believe. It was completely black outside. When I looked at the clock, I realized it was just past 7 o'clock. I was starting to get hungry. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was cooking enthusiastically. She laid out a variety of dishes, and while they didn't match the level of Goda's artful cooking, they were still quite gorgeous. It was an act of kindness from Kumasawa, who was trying to enliven everyone's low spirits with some food. Kumasawa wasn't nearly as talented as a professional cook like Goda, but she was far from unskilled. On the contrary, since she had been brought up in a fishing village, the simple food she created was sometimes highly praised. Kanan arranged the food Kamasawa had finished creating on her plates under her direction. Kanan also helped get in the kitchen sometimes, but since he was rarely placed in that role, he was slightly awkward, even though he tried his best. Self-conscious about the fact that he couldn't cleverly arrange the food, Kanan's expression darkened slightly. But Kumasawa smiled as though everything was fine.
綺麗に盛り付けられてますよ。
Oh, it's arranged beautifully.
カノン君もお上手ですよ。
Kanan-kun, aren't you skilled?
シャノン姉さんだったら
If it had been Shannon Nei-san,
もっと綺麗に。
it would look even more beautiful. Kanan stopped arranging the food for a bit and hung his head. Shannon was the one who always assisted Kurosawa in her cooking. Tonight, Kanan was doing it instead. And as he remembered Shannon's face and her brutal end, he grimaced.
今は忘れなさい。
Forget that for now. Genji spoke kindly to Kanan as he advanced a pawn. What? Is he playing chess? Oh, they are! Nanjo had escaped from the parlor once the mood had grown sour and Genji had become his opponent in a game of chess upon Nanjo's request.
はい。今は忘れます。
Yes, I will forget it for now. Indeed.
それがいいだろう。
That is probably for the best. Genji purposely refrained from facing Kanan as he spoke. He did so beautifully. He did so because he understood that it might make things tougher on Kanan if he noticed that someone was looking at his eyes. Nanjo also understood that and held back any thoughtless words.
金蔵さんもどこへ行かれたんでしょうな。
I wonder where Kinzo-san is gone.
ご無事だといいのですが。
I hope that he is safe, but
わかりません。
I do not know.
ただ、すべては親方様が望まれ、仕組まれたことのように思っています。
However, I believe everything has proceeded as the master has hoped and arranged for.
それを邪推することは、親方様にお仕えする家具には
To distrust that would exceed my role as furniture and service to the master.
源氏さんは怖くないのですか？
Are you scared, Genji-san?
私には今夜まだ何か良くないことが起こるような気がして。
I'm frightened that something bad will occur again tonight.
怖いことなど何も。
I have nothing to be afraid of.
私はただ後ろ宮家にお仕えするだけですので。
I serve the Ushiromiya family, and that is all. Nanjo sighed through his nose and made a carefully considered move. Nanjo was very slightly dubious. Could Genji possibly be thinking that he'd be left out of this? He couldn't even imagine what was happening inside this mansion, but he definitely couldn't deny the possibility that Kinzo had devised something. If you liken this island to chess, Kinzo had opened the game, and as a result, 6 pieces had been defeated. Could it be that Genji was calm because he believed he alone was on the outside of the chessboard and therefore safe? Nanjo thought about it. Isn't everyone just a piece on this checkboard lined up equally without any exceptions? Wasn't even Genji, who'd gained more of Kinzo's trust than anyone? No, who was confident of his position as Kinzo's only close friend. Just another one of the pieces laid out on the chessboard.
源氏さん、私は今夜が本当に怖いのです。
Genji, I am truly frightened about tonight.
無事に明日の朝を迎えられることを心より願っています。
I hope with all my heart that we will still be safe when tomorrow comes. The guest room Eva and Hideyoshi moved into had originally been built to a house guest before the guest house construction. So only until a few years ago they had stayed in these rooms every family conference and were very familiar with them. This room was just like a room at a hotel with a bedroom and a bathroom. So even though they were still shut in, it was far more comfortable than the parlor.
やっぱり家族だけだとリラックスできるな。
Guess it's true. You can relax when you're alone with your family.
他のみんなも客室にこもって鍵をかけてりゃええんや。
Maybe it'd be better if everyone also shut themselves in guest rooms and locked the doors.
夏日姉さんが客間を出るなって威張り散らしてるんだもん。
Natsuhine-san said that no one could leave the parlor, throwing her weight
誰も
around.
口答えなんてできないでしょ。
I'm sure no one will be able to talk back.
あの人ずーっと冷や飯を食ってきたから兄さんが死んでやっと天下が来たって張り切ってんのよ。
She's always been treated so coldly, so now that Nissan's dead, she's getting excited about having so much power. Wow.
まったく
Go away, Ava. Yeah, I
全然
agree.
知ったらあるしな。
Seriously, how shameless can she be?
まあそう言うな。
Come on now, don't say that.
夏日さんもあれで結構頑張っとるんやで。
Natsuhi-san's doing pretty well.
お前もそう突っかからんでもええやないか。
No need to jump on her like that.
さっきのレシートの件もあそこまでは言い過ぎやで。
And about that receipt earlier, you went too far. Ava can't stop being a hater even when outside of Natsuhi's hearing range. It's kind of insane.
だってん
Come on.
あそこで言わなかったらもう言うタイミングがないんだもん。
If I had said it there wouldn't be another good time to say it. Ava, sulking cutely and looking at the television, sat along Hideyoshi, who was lying on the bed. They then got it on, unfortunately.
でも、こうして二人きりになるのはずいぶん久しぶりよね。
Still, we haven't been alone like this for quite some time.
そうやな。
Oh no, they are actually going to get it on. You're right.
思えばわしもお前も老けたもんや。
Come to think of it, both you and I have gotten pretty old.
ジョージが生まれてから何もかもがあっという間や。
Since George was born, everything's gone by in the blink of an eye.
本当にあっという間よ。
It really has.
子供を作るの焦りすぎたかしら。
I wonder if we were too hasty in having a child. Ava's eyes looked like they were staring off into the distance. Yes, she had thought of it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Her older brother Kraus had been unable to father a child for quite some time. 6 years passed after his marriage to Natsuhi without any signs of pregnancy, which didn't please Kinzo at all. Ava herself had thought that since her name would be moved outside the Ushiromiya register when she got married anyway, it didn't matter whether a successor to the headship was born or not. And then one day, she had a heavenly revelation. Or maybe it was the whisperings of the devil that she had listened to in her greed. If she could give birth to a successor first, wouldn't she be able to remain in the Ushiromiya register? If things went well, might she have a chance to inherit the Ushiromiya family herself? When she proposed this to Hideyoshi, he had approved of it instantly. This wasn't because Hideyoshi also had greedy thoughts. Hideyoshi, who had no close relatives, it was a chance for him to feel once more the long-forgotten thing called family. So when they got married, he hadn't fussed over which last name they were to keep, and he had quickly agreed to have his name entered into the Ushiromiya family register. It hadn't been easy to persuade Kinzo, but as his daughter, Ava knew Kinzo's personality well. So by choosing the time when Kinzo was most dissatisfied with Natsuhi, she was magnificently able to make him accept Hideyoshi as his adopted son-in-law. Looking at Hideyoshi, who had achieved success after starting from nothing, Kinzo might have seen a little bit of himself. He quickly grew to like Hideyoshi and approved his transfer into the Ushiromiya register. George would eventually become the successor to the Ushiromiya family. They had raised him strictly with that purpose in mind. He had been worth their while and had grown into a fabulous young man who wouldn't disappoint no matter where he went. That was why he had not been permitted to fall in love with a servant like Shannon, I see. So when she learned that Shannon was dead and the engagement was now invalid, though part of her had still been shocked by the gruesome crime, she didn't give a shit. Part of her had also been relieved that her dear George wouldn't be stolen by some servant girl. Wow. What a stand-up person.
私
I
クラウス兄さんのことが昔から嫌いだったわ。
have hated Kraus Nissan since long ago.
偉そうで威張ってて、
He was so full of himself, always swaggering around.
自分がやがては当主になるのだと自慢してて、
So proud that he would one day become the head.
だからそれに一矢報いてやりたかった。
Well, he's dead. So I wanted to get back at him.
でもそれは子供の頃の感情なのよ。
Was that just the childish emotion?
でもその感情は結局自分の人生のほとんどを支配した。
But in the end, that emotion guided my entire life.
それだけならまだいい。
If that had been all, then it would have been fine.
その感情はあなたやジョージまで巻き込んで振り回してしまった。
But because of that emotion, I got you and George involved. I used you.
エヴァ、備え自分を責めるな。
No, she should. Hideyoshi got up and held Ava's shoulder. She could feel a warm understanding from him.
わしはな、自分の人生はもうとっくに折り返しに入っとる。
Well, I reached the halfway point in my life long ago.
でもな、今日までの生活を後悔したことは一度もないで。
But you know, I have absolutely no regrets about how I lived my life.
一度もや。
Not one.
エヴァと一緒で他の男どもじゃ味わえん楽しい人生になったと思っとる。
I think that since I have been with you, Ava, I've been able to relish an enjoyable life that other men never will.
戦争で身寄りを失ったわしにもう一度家族のぬくもりを教えてくれた。
After I lost my relatives in the war, you reminded me of what the warmth of family
だ
is.
から後ろ宮の家には感謝しとるし、
So I'm grateful to the Ushiromiya family and think of it as my only one.
わしとお前が歩んできた人生にな、無駄なことなんかな。
In this life I've led with you, not a single thing's been wasted.
今日までほんまに楽しい人生やったで。
It's been a really fun life up till today.
ありがとう
Thank you.
あなた。
This would be sweet if I didn't hate her guts. Yeah. I feel exactly the same way. Thank you, darling. Ava hung her head, burying her face in Hideyoshi's chest. Probably no one in the parlor could even imagine that this side of Ava existed.
感謝するのはわしや。
I'm the one who should be thanking you.
今日までお前と一緒にいて後悔した日なんてあらへん。
Oh, until today. Just until today, there hasn't been a single day I've regretted being with you. And then you did this bullshit today. And now I'm like,
私もよ。
me too.
あなたと一緒になれて。
I'm glad to have you by my side.
ジョージももう立派な大人や。
George is already a fine adult.
わしが見張ってなくてもしっかり仕事ができる一人前や。
Even if I don't look out for him, he's a man who could do his job well on his own.
で、
I wonder,
正月あたりをのんびりモルジブあたりで過ごさんか。
around New Year's, do you want to go spend some time in the Maldives?
わしら二人水いらずや。
Just us, no one else.
いやよ。
No way, I can't imagine being with you.
毎年年賀状の返礼で寝る暇もないとか言ってるじゃない。
Aren't you always saying that you're so busy responding to New Year's cards that you don't even sleep?
次の正月だけはなしや。
None of that this New Year's.
年賀状は見ん。
I won't read New Year's cards.
黙って下のお年玉くじだけチェックするんや。
I'll just stay quiet and check to see if I won the New Year's lottery.
今年はカラーテレビくらい当てたいで。
It'd be nice if we won a color TV this year.
やだ。
No way.
モルジブでお年玉くじのチェックなんてしたくない。
I don't want to waste time checking the lottery while in the Maldives.
じゃあそいつもなしや。
Then none of that either.
水いらずのんびりでジョージが生まれる直前の新婚時代の続きをちょいとしてみんか。
How does it sound? Just the two of us, taking it easy, like when we were newlyweds just before George was born. You know, I find this also interesting, right? So there's like this big concern about like having an heir and having a child, right? But here's where I'm confused. If that's the case, they only had one kid. They, like, she didn't think like, maybe I should just, just reload and just like maybe have one more, just in case something happens to the first one. Like it's kind of wild, isn't it? Like think about it for a second, right? Kinzo, the Maldives are the smallest Asian country. It's a small Jesus, I learned how to say this yesterday. Archipelago south of India. Yeah, it's it's like if I had a map in front of me, I'd be able to point it out. But yes, that is correct. But yeah, like look at Kinzo. Kinzo was just like, hey man, 4 kids, 4. Had 4 of them. Everybody else here is just like, just 1. Which I mean, like, that's not necessarily like, that's not to be like, oh, you only had 1 kid, but it's like, in this fight for like, oh, we need an heir and stuff. It's like, it is interesting that only 1 kid, each one. So I don't want to think about them having another kid, and why would that have been a good idea? Well, I think at this point, Ava can't have another kid. Well, maybe not that she can't have another kid, but, at her age, there's probably a lot at risk if she tried. Yes.
それならいいわね。
Yes, in that case, fine.
モルジブはええとこらしいで。
I hear the Maldives are wonderful.
なんもない島に美しいサンゴ礁と水上コテージが並んでてな。
An island with nothing on it, surrounded by beautiful coral reefs and cottages lined up over the water.
新婚時代の続きっていつからなの？
Like when we were newlyweds, you say? Starting when?
仕事納めしたらすぐや。
As soon as I finished up some business.
旅行店に聞いてみんとわからんが、多分大晦日前には。
I won't know till I ask the travel agency, but probably before New Year's Eve.
いや、
No way.
今
Right now.
すぐがいい。
I want to go right now. What? We would go right now. I'm sorry. That was a huge yawn. Ava nagged at his lips in a peevish yet flirtatious manner. The only sounds that filled the room were the distant voice of the announcer news which Hideyoshi had left on, and the obnoxious pounding of the rain against the window. I know that was mean, but I do have a quick question though. What? They set up for that. Okay. My 3 siblings have just been brutally murdered, and my father is currently missing, possibly dead. Darling, let's fuck. Yeah, that's. Come on, like. Who are we kidding? I do have a question though, because I do know like the Maldives are like, a bunch of islands. Do we know if those islands are man-made or not, or are they like legit like actual islands? Because I know like the UAE and like Qatar have like some of those like man-made islands like just like outside on like the coast and stuff. Are the Maldives like natural? I don't know. They have 1,192 natural islands, and they're constantly expanding with more man-made islands. Okay, they are man-made. Okay. So it's like half and half. So there is like a natural section there that like people probably genuinely lived in, and then there are like man-made additions. Okay. Okay, wakarimashita. There was a knock on the door, and Genji-san entered.
奥様、
Madam,
お夕食の準備が整いました。
dinner has been prepared.
お食事はまたこちらでよろしいですか？
Will you eat in here again?
ええ、
Yeah,
ここへ運ばせなさい。
have it brought here.
南條先生はまだ厨房にいるのですか？
Is Dr. Nanjo still in the kitchen?
はい。
Yes.
次の一手を熟考したいとおっしゃっております。
He has said he wishes to carefully deliberate over his next move.
ご安心を。他の使用人たちとご一緒です。
Do not worry, he is with the other servants.
源氏さんはじい様の相手ができるくらいチェスが強いもんな。
Genji-san's good enough at chess to be grandfather's opponent.
南條先生よりも強いらしいぜ。
They have a GDP of just under 12 billion. Wow. I hear he's even better than Dr. Nanjo, right?
そうなんだ。
That's right.
昔相手をしてもらったことがあるけど、あれは勝たせてくれたのかな。
Long ago, he played against me, but he must have let me win.
マリア、もうすぐ飯だそうだぜ。
Maria, sounds like it'll be time to eat soon.
しかし、よく一日中テレビを見ていて飽きねえな。
But look at you. You've been watching TV all day long and you still haven't gotten bored. My city has double the population of the Maldives. Jesus Christ, how small are they then? If a city is bigger than them? Like their population then has to be under 1 million, right? They only have 500,000 people. Wow. Okay, well, there's my answer. But look at you. You've been watching TV all day long. You still haven't gotten bored.
いつもテレビいっぱい見てるから平気。
I'm always watching television, so I'm fine. Hmm.
マリアちゃんはテレビっ子なんだね。
Hey, Maria-chan is sure is a TV kid.
食事だから机の上を片付けないとダメだぜ。
Food's coming, so we have to clean up the table. Did her oohs change? No, they're still the same. She sometimes she does like a double ooh, and sometimes she just kind of does like a ooh and like ooh. It just the pitch and the tone and how many times she does it changes. But that's been consistent. Earlier we had torn several pages out of Mario's notebook, and there was now a mess where everyone had been drawing together. Jessica began cleaning that up quickly. Still, everyone here really can draw. I'd never guessed.
源氏、エヴァさんたちにもせめて食事くらい一緒にしないかとお声をかけなさい。
Genji, ask Eva-san and Hideyoshi-san whether they'd at least like to have dinner with us. Don't do that, Genji.
どうせ断るでしょうが。
Although they will probably turn us down. Not for the reason that you think.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
お父様の次はエヴァさんですか。
First father and now Eva-san. Save your eyes, Genji.
つくづく後ろ宮家の食卓には全員が揃いませんね。
It's quite hard to gather everyone to the Ushirimiya dinner table. Natsuki felt her headache start throbbing again and lightly held her temples. The distance from the kitchen to the parlor wasn't that great, so Genji had gone and come back by himself, but the guest room was a little farther away. Natsuki had warned him to avoid being alone whenever possible. And just now, Nanjo had almost admonished himself, saying it would be better if he had held a little more concern for her safety. Kanon accomplished Genji, and the two of them went to visit Eva and Hideyoshi in their guest room. Genji knocked on the door.
エヴァ様、秀吉様、お夕食の準備が整いました。
Dinner has been prepared. Run! He waited a short while for them to come back, but there was no response.
源氏様、これは。
Uh-oh, Genji-sama, look at this. Kanon pointed to under the door. Don't. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh. Uh-oh. And it took all it took was Ava becoming sole heir, and she shut herself up in her room. The hikikomori instinct is genetic for the Ushiromiyas. A Western envelope had been inserted under it. Normally, when something was inserted this way, it had been interpreted as a message from someone outside to someone in the room. So since this might be a private note meant for Ava and Hideyoshi, it was not something that Kanan and Genji were supposed to take interest in. But this Western envelope was one of Kinzo's. Same kind as the one Maria had taken out last night and surprised everyone with. Damn, they died having sex. That's crazy. There can be no mistake. It is one of Master's envelopes. Or could it be... Envelope is one of those words that I switch the pronunciation of. I say envelope and I say envelope, and I don't know what makes me change it. Like, genuinely, I just change between the two, and I don't know why. Even though this was one of Kinzo's envelopes, I just did it. The letter Maria read out loud of the previous night hadn't come from Kinzo. Genji continued knocking a little harder and called out in a loud voice. Eva-sama. 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 Genji de gozaimasu. It is Genji. Irasshaimasu ka? I do that with caramel. I do that too, caramel and caramel, but I feel like... No, actually, I don't know what makes me switch it either. I feel like maybe if I'm talking about a dip, it's like a caramel dip or like a caramel topping. But if you ask me like what's in a Milky Way, it's like, oh yeah, it's caramel. Oh no. And here's what it is too. I don't say like caramelized onions. I say caramelized onions. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I guess it's kind of inconsistent. Please answer, Eva-sama. But there was no response from inside. Sometimes when the servants went to call some guests for a meal, the guests would be sleeping so deeply that they wouldn't want to wake up. We had a neighbor pronounced Carmel. We had a neighborhood pronounced Carmel. Okay. Carmel. Sometimes when the servers went to call some guests for a meal, the guests would be sleeping so deeply that they wouldn't wake up. In times like that, the servants would stick a letter in that door to show that it was time to come out and leave the guests be. But despite that, Genji had beat even harder on the door and called out Ava's name. However, there was no answer. Kanon stuck his ear up to the door, held his breath, and listened for any sounds coming from inside. I hear something that sounds like the television. But I don't sense anyone. The room might be empty. Genji took out a handkerchief and, careful not to touch it with his bare hands. Man, imagine if I got through this last time we streamed. Gently pulled out the envelope that had been stuck under the door. It was sealed with deep red sealing wax. Without a doubt, the mark on that sealing wax had come from the Ushiromiya family head's ring. Eva-sama! 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 Please answer. Are you still in your room? But there was still no answer. There was a chance that those two were aimlessly walking around the mansion. This is the home Ava had grown up in. There was plenty of reason to think that she had gone out on a casual stroll. Genji groped around in his pocket and pulled out a bundle of keys, which contained the key that would open the guest room. Genji-sama! Kanon also understood what this meant. They would sometimes unlock the door so they could go in and do things like make the beds, but only after they made sure the guests were out. To unlock the door for any other reason, especially to do so when there was a chance the guests hadn't given permission and might still be in there, was an action unbecoming of a servant. But Genji had decided. If the only problem had been that his knock hadn't received a reply, he wouldn't have gone this far. But the envelope on the door was doubtlessly one of Kinzo's, or rather, one of the Western envelopes of the Ushiromiya family. After last night, the sender of this envelope could be someone other than Kinzo. If this letter had been sent by someone else... Eva-sama, my apologies.
お部屋を失礼させていただきます。
Allow me to enter your room. After giving that final notice, Genji stuck one of the keys from the bundle into the keyhole. Uh-oh. Beatrice, what did you do? There was the sound of the door unlocking. Okay, well, one of two things are happening. They're either banging in like the bathroom guest, like in the bathroom in the guest room, or they're dead. And I'm thinking they're dead. After slowly turning the knob, he slowly started opening the door. Interesting transition for that. Light seeped through the crack of the door. Were they in the room? Or had they forgotten to turn out the lights? It was the sound of the door chain being pulled tight. The chain had been secured. The chain couldn't be secured from the outside. So it also proved that they were in the room. The sound of voices on the TV seeped out of the room. The lights, the chain. What's up, Derek? How are you? The lights, the chain, and the TV. All of these things made it clear they were in the room. But there was no sign of them. Genji called out to Ava once again through the crack of the door. But there was no answer.
Genji-sama.
Someone's got to oil these doors. They all made these ungodly loud noises. Well, that's also what happens when it's like your doors are, because like when was this mansion made? Like the 50s or 60s or whatever? Genji-sama, what should we do? As part of their job, the servants were able to unlock almost any lock from the mansion. They had no way to open a door with the chain. Yeah, you can. If you take a tool, well, I don't know how tight that chain is though. The only way to get by the chain was to cut it. The mansion is around 30 years old, less than 40. Okay, 30 years old from, I'm guessing, 1986, right? So it would be from the 50s. That was certainly not permitted as part of a servant's usual work. A creepy chill had already rushed up their backs. Kanon held his breath again and tried to sense something through the door, but even so, he was not able to sense anyone. Because it was built after World War II. Oh, you're right. Yes, that's actually right. I forgot about that. I will call Madam and return. Kanon, cut the chain. Yes. Wow, that's like the most emotion I've heard from him. The locked rooms come up frequently. The door is barely open with the chain set. Yeah, yeah, because I guess this would be another locked room mystery of like, well, then how did the killer pull this off? And then it's like, well, who do we suss here? So I'm very curious about how we're about to dive into this in a minute. As Kanon hurried away to get a cutting tool, Genji called him to a stop. Wait, Kanon. Return to the kitchen and take Kumasawa with you. You must not act alone. Yes. Certainly. It looks like Kanon was wondering why he had to do something so troublesome in the middle of this urgent situation, but Genji had said it out of wariness. He didn't care what happened to himself, but in the worst case scenario, he didn't want anything to happen to Kanon. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was piling food on the serving cart, and Nanjo was waiting for Genji, apparently wanting to show him a move he'd finally thought up that might turn the tables. But Genji's appearance immediately told him that something was wrong. Oh, what has happened, Genji-san? Dr. Nanjo, my apologies, but allow this match to be suspended for the time being. Kanon, take care of the chain.
カノンと同行するように。
Kumasawa stopped setting up the dinner and accompanied Kanon.
私は奥様のところへ行く。
I will go over to the madam.
南條先生もご一緒に。
If you would come with me, Dr. Nanjo.
何かあったんですかな。
Has something happened? Genji took Nanjo, who still didn't know what was going on, and quickly left the kitchen.
熊沢さん、
Kumasawa-san,
申し訳ありませんが、僕と一緒に来てください。
my apologies, but please come with me.
何があったんですか、カノンさん。
Oh, you'll find out soon enough. Kumasawa said almost exactly the same thing as Nanjo, unable to take in the situation and chase after Kanon, who had flown out into the hallway. Taking Kumasawa-san with him, Kanon went to a storage room and looked through the tools packed in toolboxes and hanging all over the walls, trying to find something that could be used to cut the chain.
何を探してるんですか。
What are you looking for?
私も手伝いますよ。
Let me help too.
ドアチェーンを切断するんです。
We're cutting a door chain. I'm sorry if you hear stuff in the background.
大きめの番線カッターはどこだっけ？
Where was that large wire cutter?
ドアチェーンを。
A door chain?
どうしてそんなことをするんですか。
Why would you do something like that?
エヴァ様たちのお部屋にチェーンが。
The chain to Eva-sama and Hideyoshi-sama's room.
中にいらっしゃるはずなのに、お声をかけても返事がないんです。
Even though they should be inside, they didn't answer when we called them. It took Kumasawa some time to figure out how cutting the chain and Eva and Hideyoshi not answering were connected, but she did realize that this situation was urgent.
これなら多分。
That one would probably do the trick. Kanon took a very large wire cutter that had been hanging on the wall. It was called a cutter, but maybe it'd have been easier to understand if we said it was shaped like a large pair of pliers. Kanon remembered once being warned that this dangerous tool could easily cut through one of your fingers. Kanon took that and rushed up the stairs. He already knew that instinctively. You should fight for every minute, every second to open it quickly. Sorry. Hold on, I'm taking some water. Or perhaps it was already.
待ってください、カノンさん。
Please wait, Kanon-san. Hurry! Kumasawa-san eventually caught up with him, gasping for breath and both hands on her knees. When Kanon changed his grip on the wire cutters and looked up at the door, he let on struck speechless. Yep, I figured.
No.
They wouldn't build all that up and not do that. What?
何ですかこれは。
What is this? I mean, she nailed it. Kumasawa screamed weakly, her face placid. Placid? Pallid. That was no surprise. Well, because right there on the door, just like the magic circle that had been drawn on the shutter of the Rose Garden storehouse. Oh! They haven't even opened the door yet. That's oh. There was another eerie shape drawn with a blood-like paint. However, it would be odd to call this one a magic circle. It looks like a magic gate. Hell's Gate, even. Because unlike what most people would expect, it wasn't a circle with shapes drawn inside it, but a slightly more complicated geometrical shape. Hang on. It's fixing something. Okay, we're good. However, those strange characters filling the gaps, which weren't from the alphabet, it's Hebrew, the same as the ones on the magic circle on the shutter. But the thing that had Conan struck speechless wasn't how eerie the magic circle was. It was that something like this hadn't been here in a short while ago. First, he had taken a trip back to the kitchen. After that, he had gone to the storage room to grab a tool and headed right back. Put those together and it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. How could someone add something this creepy during that period of time? And as though it had just been drawn, almost like the door itself was bleeding, several unsettling vertical red lines slowly dripped down, getting longer and longer. Kumasawa's knees gave way as she sank down on the spot. If Kumasawa hadn't done this first, then Kanon surely would have wanted to. Wow. Alright, so who the hell can draw that fast? Because it wasn't there when we first went to the door. It's the work of Beatrice-sama. How horrid, how horrid. Okay, so... Okay, yeah, so then that did make sense that they would be next, because what was it on the second twilight? Those who remain shall tear apart the two who were close. And I mean, they were close. Close is a word to describe what was going on there. I'm just curious about that part. This part's throwing me off a bit. Hello, Donnie. Hi. How are you? I am done venting my ruin of frustrations. Sup, Impreg artist extraordinaire. She's here. Kanan gulped, then readied the wire cutter and approached the door. He didn't want to get close to this disturbing magic circle, and he really didn't want to touch the steadily dripping substance that really looked like blood. But if he didn't get close, he wouldn't be able to cut the chain. Fighting this cold feeling, he gulped, and after gathering his courage, he went even closer, putting the wire cutter up against the chain. He then pressed with all of his strength, managing to cut through the chain far more easily than he had anticipated. Everywhere I go. I didn't say it. The cut chain fell into two separate parts, which continued to clang as they swayed back and forth. Kanon-san. Kanon-san, there's an envelope by your feet. Isn't that the master's? It looked like Kumasawa had also noticed the western envelope at the bottom of the door, and that the sealing wax had been sealed with the head's ring. Kanon hesitated for just a second over whether he should open the letter first or check inside the room. Why not both? But he eventually decided on fulfilling his original purpose. Kanon pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket. Uh-oh. This was so he wouldn't leave fingerprints on the door. If his work's fears were realized, the police would want to investigate this room too. He slowly pushed the door open. He was able to more clearly hear the sound of the television, which had been seeping out faintly this whole time. Eva-sama. Eva-sama. Eva was lying face up on the bed. Oh, that's good. On the bed with her shoes still on? Damn, they got so busy they didn't even think about taking their shoes off. That's crazy. Kumasawa, who had fearfully entered after Kanan and who was hiding behind his back. Okay. They need to break up that phrasing a little bit. So it's Kumasawa who had fearfully entered after Kanan and who was also hiding behind his back, screamed a short eek again when she saw Ava like that. It was so weird to see Ava be nice. Tell me about it. Ava's shoes had been the first part of her that Kanan had seen, so the oddness of wearing shoes in bed was the first thing to strike him. But when Ava's head shifted into his line of sight, she dead! Kanan couldn't help but let out a short scream like Kumasawa. Right in the middle of Ava's forehead, something had been placed? Something was growing there? What do you mean growing? What? No. Right in the center of her forehead. Was it an old-fashioned knife? Okay, game, thanks. That's frightening. That or some weapon like it was sticking out, or some weapon like it was sticking it out. I'm not pouring one out for Ava, no. At the base of where it was stuck in, blood dripped down, staining the sheets on the other side bright red. A shoe guy is just another way to say foot guy. You know what? Hideyoshi, not a foot guy, confirmed. Debate's open. Kumasawa's knees gave way once more, and she sank down on the floor. Her mouth kept flapping open and closed, but she couldn't even scream. Ava was dead. Yeah, let's go. Yes, finally. Worst character gone. Yes. Yeah, that's right, Gab. Fuck yeah. Ava was dead with some kind of weapon sticking out of her forehead. I guess we can read. Updated autopsy report. Didn't Gumfuck not tell you that autopsy is out of date? Found on the bed of a guest room inside the mansion with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of her forehead. Now I think Ava dead as a cheers. Oh, actually, that sound effect won't play for you guys. I need to add more sound effects for you guys. Both eyes were open wide, and the image of the person who killed her must have been burned into them. But the only mouth capable of naming that person had been shut for all eternity. Even though her forehead was the last place they wanted to look, they couldn't tear their eyes from it. Right there, the weapon was stuck into Ava's forehead, standing almost perfectly upright. And on the handle was a complicated design that you wouldn't expect to see on an ordinary weapon. That thing could be summed up with the word occult. It was a vulgar object with a design that might have been some demon. Yeah, if only someone didn't say the sound effects are still here. I hear them, you just don't hear them. So, I mean, like, yes, could you hypothetically blast my ears right now with something? If you know the command? Yeah, you could. What about Hideyoshi-sama?
Hideyoshi-sama!
Oh, right, I did turn those down. Never mind. They're not as loud as they used to be. Ava was on the top of her bed, but the other bed was empty. Where was Hideyoshi? After taking a backwards glance at Kumasawa, still on her knees and stupefied, he checked the bathroom just in case. At the moment he opened the door, he was greeted by steam and the sound of the shower. The bathroom was of the same familiar style as most hotel bathrooms. Okay, so hang on. So they did. So they actually. Okay, so they actually did it first, and then Well, no, then why does she have her shoes on then? Wait, what? Did he decide to go wash up first? He was like, oh, well, you know, gotta go wash up before we do the thing, and then... I'm very confused. How did this happen? When taking a shower, a waterproof curtain was used to keep water from flying out. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay, so they finally show something, and it's Hideyoshi. Hideyoshi's the one they didn't give a fuck about. Is that impaled through his head? Oh, what is happening here? I also like that the first time that they want to show somebody dead, they're actually naked. The waterproof curtain was half open. And lying tumbled down in the bathtub was Hideyoshi, completely naked with both eyes open and pointing right at Kanon. Just like Aba, a weapon with a demon-like design was stuck into his forehead. Its forehead, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I figured, because it looked like that, but with the text box blocking it, I couldn't tell. Thank you, Defon. Since his head had been under the shower's hot water this whole time, his face wasn't half covered and filthy with blood like Avis had been. The sight of him dead while taking the shower was tragic enough. Updated autopsy report. With the first one's not using illustrations work better. For this one, the wound is mild enough that it doesn't lessen the impact in illustrated. No, I agree with that. Like, no, that makes a lot of sense. And I think that was the right call to do. But it's just really funny that the first time they finally show one, it's a half naked, well, not half naked, it's a fully naked person in a shower. Well, new fear unlocked. Now I can't take a shower without being scared. Just believe in Beatrice. Don't say dumb stuff. Don't take her name in vain. I think that's simple enough. Found in the bathroom of the same guest room that Ava was found in. Like Ava, there was a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his forehead. You can't see either of them by looking through the gap of the door while the chain is set. You can't see them, so you can't reach them. Hey, how can a human possibly kill them? That's not creepy. That's not creepy at all. But the sight of him dead while still taking a shower was tragic enough. Just then, they heard Natsu's voice coming from the hall. He was probably coming with Genji. Natsu, he's got a gun. Again with this graffiti. Diversity win with the first naked body in an oversight half-aged man instead of a skimpy young woman. You know what? Fair. You're right. You're right. Based, finally, UMINEKO, you know, getting away from going from like battler, you know, wanting to just, you know, like he can't handle himself when he sees boobs, to you know, here we are, progressive for a visual novel that came out when, in 2009 or 2007 or somewhere around there. Just having a completely naked middle-aged man dead in a shower. All right, migraine MILF, a shotgun won't help you here. Well, as we learned, it's actually a rifle. Again with this graffiti. What about this letter? What does it say inside? I don't know. I haven't read it yet. It might not help, but I will enjoy it, yes. We shouldn't touch it carelessly. That's an interesting thought. The culprit's fingerprints might be left on it. The culprit's fingerprints might be left on it. We should hand it over to the police. The sound of the gun is the only thing that soothes her head. They went out of their way to leave it here. I'm sure they wouldn't have the fingerprints. As Natsu said that, she picked up the envelope. And before checking its contents, she entered the room herself where she found Ava dead. Nah, don't feel so bad.
ちらには秀吉様も。
Madam, Hideyoshi-sama is here too.
これは
This is
すごいですな。
truly atrocious.
カノン、シャワーを止めてあげなさい。
Kanon, turn off the shower.
気の毒にも程があります。
Don't let this be any more pitiful than it needs to be. Also, we need to make sure that we have enough water if we're going to stay in this hellhole.
はい。
Yes, madam. Kanon gripped his handkerchief and twisted the valve, turning off the shower. In the bathtub, a small jar of bloody soap had fallen with its cap off. It really looked like he had been attacked while taking a shower. There was still a small splash of blood clinging to the white bathtub, and the combination of red and white made a horrible contrast.
南條先生
Dr. Nanju.
わかった。
I understand.
死斑は出とらんな。
No signs of post-mortem lividity.
死後硬直も始まっとらん。
Rigor mortis hasn't begun either. Okay, so this is recent.
おそらく殺されてから1時間経ったかどうかというところだろう。
It would seem that an hour or so has passed since they were killed.
しかしこのような柄の短い凶器で頭蓋骨は。
But even so, how a weapon with such a short handle could do that to the skull?
考えられん。
I can't imagine. Nanjiro checked their pulse and their pupils, making certain of the deaths once more. As Kanon watched the business-like treatment, he thought, couldn't you tell at a glance they were dead without doing all that? Nanjiro thought about removing the weapon, but then decided it'd be better to preserve the scene and hand it over to the police, so he left it alone. But a close inspection of the base showed that it didn't have a blade. In fact, it was more conical than blade-shaped. Words. He noticed that rather than a knife, it was more like a short-handled spear, something with a shape better suited for thrusting than slicing. Rather than a short spear, you might call it a thick ice pick. All right, listen, I'm going to say this right now. If it is actually true that there is someone actually able to pull this shit off, and that's the actual mystery in all of this, that is amazing. And I would love to hear the explanation for this. But there's no way that they're going to deny that a witch doesn't exist, right? Like, there's just no way. Like, they've gone to such a level with this that it's like, it's just a witch. Why do we not think it's a witch? At any rate, after looking at the scene, no further words were needed to describe what sort of terrible purpose such eerily designed weapons were originally made for. Nor was it necessary to explain how they carried out their function. Natsuhi, hoping to escape the repulsive steam, filling the bathroom as soon as she could. Covered her mouth with a handkerchief and dashed for the room. Well, Blackjack, witches don't exist. See, Goose, this is how you end. This is how the situation you don't want to happen happens. Just viewing their gruesome bodies for an instant had been enough to burn the image into her eyes. If she looked any longer, that image would surely remain in her vision for all eternity. The rising urge to vomit was exactly the same feeling she had that morning at the gardening storehouse. For a while, Natsuhi couldn't help but stand with her back facing the guest room, fighting that sickness in her stomach. At any rate, we can't let the children... We can't let George-kun see this room. Seal this room with all haste. Yes, we mustn't let them see. If George-san saw his parents in this brutal state, they could tell those fiercely racing footsteps in the hallway belonged to George even before he came dashing into the room. George and the other children had been waiting in the parlor. They're like, where the fuck's dinner? However, when they saw Ganji speak to Natsuhi, when they saw her turn pale and fly out of the parlor, they felt a sense of foreboding. And went... Unbelievable, Goose. I read that finally. I'm like, unbelievable. And when they saw a large group of people gathered around the guest room, they were sure of it. Uh-oh. So this now leaves... So, yeah, I was eventually waiting for this. So... Alright. Kinzo is missing. The parents are all dead except for Natsuhi, who was protected by the charm. The kids are the only ones really alive in this family right now outside of Natsuhi, right? Everybody here believes that, yes, there is a witch. Mari is fucking insane and is a witch. Although this is kind of interesting now. Wait, her father's identity is unknown, right? Like, why would they say that? That feels like an odd thing to say, right? Okay, I didn't consider that for a moment. Okay, there's something to dig into here. I think there's something off about this. Kinzo incident, Rosa got pregnant off. Yeah. No. Kinzo did mention that, but I'm remembering it now, where it's like, oh yeah, right. She doesn't have a dad, or not she doesn't have a dad. We just don't know who the father is, right? So I'm very interested to figure out. Okay, well, maybe this comes back. I don't know. Maybe it's just a side note and it really doesn't have any tie to anything. But like, if it's a well thought out visual novel, I think this might be important and comes back at some point. I guess I'm also just used to like visual novels usually calling back to that. So yeah, here are your 3 believers. I guess 4. I don't think Nanjo believes necessarily, but like he's just kind of tied in all of this. And then it's the kids and I'm trying to piece things together. What is this? Another magic circle. Alright, you ready to switch? Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi are safe, right? Hey, Kennen-kun, what's this all about? Oh, whoa, okay. Well, I mean, that expression makes sense. Battler-sama. Kana didn't have anything to say. I didn't have to say anything. George's scream after he ran into the room told them everything they needed to know. I feel so bad for George. Everyone he has ever loved is now dead. Yeah, fiance dead, mother and dad dead. It's it's yeah. Who did this? All right, yep, there we go. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. George-kun, hang in there. Natsuhi touched George's shoulder with her hand, but he violently shook her off. George fell over beside Ava and buried his face in the bed in front of his mother's face, wailing. Then he pounded on the bed with his fists over and over again. George Nissan. Hang in there. Huh? Battler. What are you doing, Battler? Battler-sama. Battler had his back against the wall of the hallway and was covering his eyes with his right hand and weeping without restraint. Horrible. That's horrible. And then the plot twist is that it was you, Battler. He proposed to the girl he loved and lost her the next day.
同じ日に親父とおふくろまで殺されるなんてよ。
And on the same day, even when his mom and dad were killed.
そうなの。あんまりにもすごいじゃねえか。
Is that too harsh? Of course, it's sad whenever anyone dies, no matter who it is. But to Battler, those left alone by the deaths of others were far more worthy of pity. Everyone here now had lost someone close to them. George was the only one, wasn't the only one to be pitied. However, George's pain was far greater than everyone else's.
そりゃよ。人はいつか死ぬぜ。
I know. Everyone dies sooner or later.
人間。誰だっていつか死別の悲しみと戦わなきゃならねえ日が来るだろうよ。
If you're human, you'll eventually reach a time when you've got to fight the sorrow of losing someone close to you.
でもよ。そいつは兄貴にとってはずっと未来の話で。
Still, shouldn't that day be far in the future for Aniki?
しかもそいつは一つずつ順番に訪れるべきもんじゃねえかよ。
Shouldn't those deaths visit him one at a time? Horrible.
濃すぎるぜ。
It's too horrible.
やろう。
That bastard.
やろう。少しは人の情けってもんがねえのかよ。
Doesn't he have even a speck of human sympathy in him? You about to do some freaky shit. Battler, don't cry, don't cry. Mario tried to comfort Battler in a mechanical sounding voice. Battler violently wiped his tears. Yeah.
くそ。もう流さないぜ。
Damn it, I won't cry anymore.
悔し涙も悲しみの涙も。
Tears of regret, tears of sadness. I won't shed them again.
全然ダメだ。
Ah, it's all useless.
俺たちは魔女様に爪を食らってるわけだ。
The witches got me backed into a corner.
主勢一方ってわけだ。
I'm always on the defensive.
そりゃダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。
And that's useless. It's all useless. This is the first instance of his catchphrase. Is his catchphrase "It's all useless"? Because I thought his catchphrase was "Let's spin the chessboard around."
チェス盤がひっくり返っちまうぜ。
I'll spin the there it is. There it is. That's his catchphrase.
野郎は俺たち羊が明日まで逃げる手段もなく怯えてるだけだろうと思ってるだろうよ。
That bastard probably thinks we'll be running scared like sheep until tomorrow before we try anything.
だからひっくり返すぜ。
But guess what? I'll spin it around.
明日までこの島から逃げられねえのは野郎も同じだ。
Spin it right round like a chessboard, baby. That bastard can't escape this island until tomorrow either.
しょんべんちびりそうになりながら逃げ隠れするのは俺たちじゃねえ。
I think he used the useless line when confronting Ava. I feel like he did, yes. That sounds familiar. Because I was like, that's not the first time I've heard him say useless either. That bastard can't escape this island until tomorrow either. We won't be hiding away, pissing ourselves. That bastard will.
暴いてやるぜ。必ずな。
I'll expose you. You'll see.
明日までに。
By tomorrow?
いや、明日なんか待たねえ。今夜だ。
No, screw tomorrow. Tonight.
今夜中にその胸ぐらを掴み上げてやる。
Before tonight's over, I'll be ripping you by the collar, and I'll become a shonen protagonist, damn it.
"とにかくこの部屋は警察が来るまでこのままにして施錠します。
At any rate, we'll lock this room and leave everything as it is until the police come.
いいですね。
No objections, I take it. Nazi announced it as though she didn't care whether they agreed or not. If anyone had the right to object, it would have been George, but he looked as though he shed enough tears. George nodded slightly, still facing away from the others. And when he stood up, everyone else agreed too. Nazi still hadn't opened that Western envelope of the family's hat that she had picked up. Why are we not opening this? But now that they decided to leave this room, she decided to unseal it in the parlor where everyone could watch. Oh, I guess that makes sense. As soon as they walked out into the hallway to head back to the parlor, some of them immediately felt something out of place, or maybe since something strange. All right, what are you about to do? Stinks. Did you notice it too, Maria? Seriously, what's that smell? It's awful. When everyone sniffed the air, they didn't notice a horrible burnt smell drifting through the hallway, one that none of them had smelled until then. I will go quickly to check the kitchen. I'm sure I turned the flame off. After noticing a burnt smell, it was natural that Kumasawa, who had just been using the burner in the kitchen, suspected that her own slip-up had caused it. Kumasawa hastily dashed away.
Kanon,
go with Kumasawa. Do not let her be left alone. Do not let her be alone. Yes. After nodding at Genji's order, Kanon followed after her. He wasn't running, but as he followed her, he tried to search for the cause of the smell in the other direction as well. Stinks. It truly is a stench that makes the nose wrinkle. However, we can just open a window for ventilation. Love how the don't be alone rule stands still even though Ava and Hideyoshi were killed in the same room. True? Or still stands. I said stand still. Nazi was reluctant to open the windows in a situation where defense was so important. Let us run the fan. I do not believe there will be any need to open the windows. George Aniki. Is it okay if I talk to If it is about finding the culprit, then I have no problems. It seems that George had managed to climb out of the abyss of sorrow. All that filled his chest now was the quiet flame of hatred towards the culprit who had stolen the lives of the one he loved and his beloved parents. The chain for this room was set. From what I could tell by looking at it, I'm positive that it couldn't be opened from the outside. In other words, this was a perfect closed room. That does seem to be the case. In the case of the Rose Garden storehouse, they might have sneaked the shutter key out of the servant's room. Or maybe they had a duplicate key. I can imagine many ways they could have done it. But this chain is different. Among generally used locking techniques, a chain is the simplest one to create a closed room with. Only a chain will block everyone coming from the outside as long as it isn't physically broken. So does this mean the culprit couldn't have done it, gone in or out through the door? Well, they could have gone in through a door and then like jumped out a window if because there's a window there. But that's assuming that like this isn't a supernatural occurrence that's happening too. God, there's so much that's happening here. Is Kinzo cooking? And nah. Although that would be fucking hilarious if he was. That's interesting. Everyone making a fuss over how to enter a room. Oh, just a few hours ago, I seem to remember everyone making a fuss over how to enter a room without using the door. Back then, we were all losing our cool, wondering how grandfather had disappeared from his room. The receipt on Ava stuck in the door on a whim proved that the door had remained sealed. And since Natsuhi was the only person to enter or exit during that time, she was under suspicion. Aunt Ava proposed a theory about how Aunt Natsuhi might have thrown grandfather out of the window and left the door herself. But this door is much simpler. It was sealed from the inside by the door chain. The window had also been locked on the inside, and the bodies had been inside the room. This time, it really had been, without exaggeration, a true closed room. That's right. If you include grandfather's disappearance, 3 cases have occurred, and all 3 times the door has been the point of interest. The first was the shutter. There was a key in the servant room, and if we assume someone knew about that, this can't really be called a closed room. Right. The next was the door sealed by the receipt. However, Aunt Natsuhi entered that room, so if grandfather had left through the window or been thrown out, she would have been able to lock the window before escaping. I'm sorry, the receipt one is weak to me. Or, like my theory, grandfather could have hidden until the receipt was gone and left the room later. Basically, this door can be defeated with a handful of desperate tricks. In that sense, you really can't call this one a closed room either. And now we have the door sealed with the chain. Finally, we have to give up, do we? The window, the door, everything had been locked. Oh, they're saying the window's locked now. It was a perfect closed room. Was it though? I'm sure we'll get to it, but I'm rolling my eyes a little bit at this one. The first hadn't been a closed room because everyone could be suspected. The second hadn't been a closed room because Aunt Natsuhi could be suspected. But this time, no one can be suspected. This is a perfect closed room because the door chain formed a seal that blocked everyone equally well. Alright, come on, Beatrice. Like, when are you gonna be real? Like you show up at some point, right? Or you're Maria. It's one of the two. In that case, did the culprit carry out the crime without entering the room? With some method from outside the room. Good point. Even though the chain makes it impossible to open it wide enough for a person to fit through, you can open it a small crack. Did the culprit knock on the door to make them peer out before attacking them? Wait, am I missing something? Yeah, you are. If Aunt Ava's body had been lying right next to the door, then it might have been possible. But she was on the bed at the back of the room. And Uncle Hideyoshi was even in the bathroom. You don't want to know what they were possibly doing in there. Looking from the crack in the door, you couldn't even see them, and you couldn't reach them with your hands either. Damn it, it's all useless. I don't have a clue. Something was tugging softly at my sleeve. It's Maria. Yep, it was Maria. Here, I'm ready for your jump scare. Oh, satisfied?
満足って
What do you mean satisfied? Alright, here we go.
バトラは親族の誰かを疑うのが嫌だから、犯人はベアトリーチェであってほしいと願ったよ。
Battler, since you didn't want to suspect any of your relatives, you made a wish saying you wanted the culprit to be Beatrice, right?
だからベアトリーチェは叶えた。
Well, Beatrice granted that wish.
バトラが言った通り、絶対に人間には無理なことをして、バトラに魔女の存在を信じさせてくれた。
Just as you wish, she did something that was completely impossible for a human to make you believe in the witch. Like, Mario, are you doing this? Like, how? I mean, like, you kind of small, but then, like, also, like, are you like a 9-year-old savant serial killer and we just don't know how the fuck you're pulling this shit off? Like, what?
なのにわがまま。
And now you're complaining. How selfish. Did he hit? Just out here just hitting children. I tapped Maria. Okay, never mind. Who was laughing unpleasantly on the head with my fist.
Ah, 叶えてくれてありがとうよ。
Sure, thanks for granting that wish.
今のはその例と、不謹慎な時に笑ったことへの教育的指導だ。
That just now was the thank you, and also to teach you to stop laughing when it's inappropriate.
それより教えやがれ。
More importantly, tell me.
エヴァおばさんたちの部屋の扉にも、また怪しげな落書きがされていた。
There was another mysterious scribble on the door to Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi's room.
あれもまた魔法陣なのか。
Was that another magic circle? And then she just goes, "Do you know what a circle is?"
あれは特に覚えやすい特徴的な形なんだから、あのくらい知っててほしいね。
That one had a really memorable and characteristic design, so I'd hope you'd at least know what it was.
知らねえから花を持たせてやってんだ。
Told you to put this one down. Wait. When did you tell me that? I don't remember. Oh, is that what you were talking about? Oh, okay. I mean, like, yeah. I don't know which is why I'm letting you take the credit.
ごちゃごちゃ言わねえで解説しろい。
Quit whining and explain.
バトラは暴力的だね。
You sure are violent, battler.
あんまり意地悪すると教えないよ。
I won't let you if you're too mean.
あ、痛い。言うよ、このげんこつ男。
Treating this child the same way my grandparents used to treat the television. You know, how like televisions used to have like the antenna, and it's like if you just smacked it hard enough, it could work. So like, you know, like the static would go and it would be like, and it's like, oh well, you know, just like you're trying to like adjust the antenna, but it's not really working. But then you just slap it on the side, and suddenly it's like, oh, there it is. The channel's finally there. I get it. I'm old. Thank you.
あれは月の一の魔法陣だよ。
That's the first magic circle of the moon.
何の意味がある？
What does it mean? I've never used an old antenna TV. How? I wonder if that would work on Maria. That's crazy. Wow. I mean, like, I still remember using like an antenna TV like in the 2000s. Damn. Holy shit. That's crazy. I didn't know people could like, bro, I've used one of those. Holy shit. You've never, wow. Yeah, that just broke my brain. Wow. Yeah, so we had because like we were broke, so like me having a television in my room was like, we had this little portable like 9-inch screen that also had like a VCR in it, and you could actually record shows on it. So you would attach like the antenna to the top of it, and then you would finally be able to get television, because that was the only way you were going to receive anything. So you're only getting local channels at that point, right? So the antenna would receive the channels, and if you were able to, you could go ahead and stick like a recordable VCR tape into the slot and then like record your shows. So that was actually how that TV was the way that I was able to watch Dragon Ball Z and Pokemon when I was at school. So I would just like be like, okay, record now before I go to school. I would see like some bullshit show come on like beforehand, but I would just know, okay, if I just fast forward, I'll get to the part that I actually want to get to. That's also how, when I was a kid, I remembered all 5 Poke Raps, because they would do like the Poke Rap at like the end, and I used to know all 5 of them by heart. I cannot do it now, but like, yeah, we had just an old little antenna TV. As a matter of fact, the other TVs that we had in the house too, or the other TV that we had in the house was like an antenna too for a while too, and we didn't get anything outside of that. I think we had cable for a second, but yeah, like everything after that was just like you were using. We didn't have TiVo. TiVo was like too expensive for us. We did at some point have DirecTV, because that just kind of became available through the apartment. But yeah, no, that's wild. Yeah, like the old, like I still remember like going to like my grandma's house, and it would just be like, here's the antenna, and like her TV was so old that like her antenna was so old, she actually had to put like aluminum foil on like the top to like get it to like get better reception and stuff. I'm sorry, I continue to date myself every day. What does it mean? What is this magic circle's effect? What does the Hebrew writing mean? And she's like, it's not Hebrew, it's Arabic.
記されているのは旧約聖書詩編第107編の16節
The words are from the Old Testament, Psalms 107 verse 16. I wonder if where I live might be why we never had one. Middle of nowhere, could get reliable cell service there until pretty recently. You know, that actually does kind of make sense. I guess that might be why. That maybe. I actually don't know how those televisions actually worked in terms of like if they had like an antenna like that. Those are the words from the Old Testament, Psalms 107 verse 16.
主は聖堂の扉を破り、鉄の栓抜きを打ち破ってくださいました。
The Uchiha clan, what? She speaks so well now, it drives me insane. It's just like, like suddenly she's a savant. For he had broken gates of brass and cut. For he has broken gates of brass and cuts through bars of iron.
魔法陣の効用は2つ。
This magic circle has 2 effects.
1つはいかなる方法によって閉ざされた扉でも開くことができる。
First, it can open a door regardless of which method has been used to unlock it.
そりゃ便利な魔法だぜ。
That sure is convenient. Yeah, I guess that's also the other part of this too, right? Like, so they're doing this murder and stuff, right? So at what point are they then going and like painting the door and this fast and like making this, right? So, I do wonder then, because if somebody is doing this, what if it was supposed to be that they were trying to set this up and be like, aha, the witch is real, right? And then they did the murder, and then they're like, oh shit, somebody's coming up here, fuck, I have to hide now. And they waited for them to like mess with the door, and then they went downstairs, and then they were like, ha, now it's my turn, and I will go, and I will make the magic, the portal. And it's like, aha, that broke through, because now isn't this bullshit? Like what she's saying is bullshit now, because it's like it can cut through locks and stuff, but it's like, okay, but that wasn't there beforehand. Fuck, damn it. Now all of a sudden it's like, shit. shit. Somebody is doing this then. There has to be somebody who's doing this. I think. I don't know. Autistic people finally talking about their special interests. Be like, yeah. I only remember old radio stations because of the DJ. 103.5 The Beats, 99 Jams. I don't really hear that type of stuff on the radio anymore. Yeah, I still remember growing up in Jersey. 92.3 K Rock. Hot 97, which was always 97.1 FM. You had 1010 Winds, which was on the AM channel. My parents listened to 570 AM, which was like a Christian radio. Like they just like played, like it was just constant like preaching and sermons all fucking day. What was it? 101.9 Smooth Jazz. Yeah, there was that. We had 98.7 Kiss FM, which was like a whole bunch of like R&B. Damn, yeah, like you don't have stations like, well, if you do have stations like that now, I don't think they function the same way anymore. But yeah, crazy. That sure is convenient.
つまり魔法の力に頼らなきゃ開けぬ密室の扉っていう。
So you're saying they're trying to make it look like they're a witch because the closed room has a door that can't be opened without relying on magic? I love local college radio. I almost actually said my college radio's call letters out. I almost did, and I thought about it for a second. I was like, let me not do that. But yeah, I miss being a college DJ. That was a lot of fucking fun to do. It's the only chance for me to hear music that I listen to in the wild. Yeah, and I mean, a lot of college stations too will play a lot of independent music or like indie music, and then on top of it, it's just like it just breaks outside of like hearing the same mainstream stuff every day. And my school allowed us to do like specialty shows. So I actually had a specialty show when I was in college. I did two. One was the post. I still remember the stupid name that I gave it because I was so good at Photoshop and I could like make a like cool graphic for it. It was called the post-progressive syndrome. God, it's so cringe. It is so cringe. I hate that I said that out loud. The post-progressive syndrome, which was me playing a lot of like post-punk music from like the 80s, and then also like the 80s, 90s, and then like a lot of prog rock that just kind of branched from like the 70s to like modern day at that point. But it was just awesome because it was just like I could go in there and I could play like Mission to Burma, I could play Husker Du, and then I could switch over and then I'd be like, okay, here is Dream Theater, here's a Rush song, here's Tool, here's the fucking Gojira, here's just like going all over the place with like different sorts of like bands and stuff to listen to. Was like awesome. I was like, oh my god, obscure indie Japanese band that hasn't made music since like 2010 that has 40k listens on Spotify on the radio. Yeah, and we had like a whole library too. Like we have like just a ton of like physical CDs that you could just pop in and bam, there you were. Good fucking times, man. So you're saying they're trying to make it look like they're a witch because this closed room has a door that can't be opened without relying on magic? And the other effect.
開かぬ扉を八方塞がりの事態に見立て扉を開く
When you're blocked by unopenable doors in all directions, it opens a door.
難解な事態の時に用いることでそれまで思いつきもしなかった解決策を与えてくれるんだよ
By using it in a difficult situation, it gives you a solution you hadn't thought of until then.
平たく言うと観察力や洞察力ひらめきや直感を授けてくれるんだね
Never mind, Syrup 16 grams. What a name. Only have 21k. Tragic. Crazy to hear them on the radio. But it's like some person at that college knew who they were and was just like, I love this band, and then just played them. I used to listen to a college football team's broadcast. Some guy named Brandon Jackson. Yeah, isn't he out in Colorado or something like that? Generally speaking, you receive the powers of observation, discernment, inspiration, and intuition. By the way, if you never knew this, call letters for radio were determined by location. So, if you are... Wait, am I right about this? If you're in the East, your call letters are a W. If you're in the West, your call letters are a K. That has to be right. Yeah, okay, I am right, yeah. East Coast is W, West Coast is K. Yep. Generally speaking, you receive the powers of observation, discernment, inspiration, and intuition.
ベアトリーチェはバトラごとき人間風情にこの扉の開き方がわかるものかって挑発してるんだよ。
Beatrice is trying to provoke you since there's no way lowly humans like Battler could figure out how his door was open.
よーし、もう黙れご苦労。
Okay, good work, so shut up.
上等だぜ。その魔女の挑戦。
So, sounds great. I'll accept this challenge from the witch.
Maria-chan.
Maria-chan.
この世に魔女も悪魔も存在しない。
Things like witches and demons don't exist in this world.
父さんと母さんは誰かが殺した。
Someone killed father and mother. That's actually how I made one of my my best friends in college. Was that I pulled Mission of Burma from the rack of CDs that you could pull from. So our back wall, I pulled it from there. I was like, oh, holy shit, they have Signals, Calls, and Marches, and they have the Versus album here. The Versus album was what I was looking for. He was just like, wait, you know Mission of Burma? And I actually told him, I was like, yeah, you know what's actually crazy? I played a sound check for them in Brooklyn when I was 16. And we're like, what? And so that ended up, you know, us like kind of like going on forever about like a whole bunch of different bands from like, you know, then and talking about like our interests and stuff. So yeah, power of music.
それが僕のよく知る人間なのか知らない人間なのかはわからない。
Things like witches and demons don't exist in this world. Someone killed father and mother. I don't know whether that's someone that was someone I know or not, or if it was you.
でもそのどちらであっても必ず人間なんだ。
I don't know, man. I'm kind of going back and forth on this. Like right now, they're really making me believe that a human did this, and like it is either one of us or there's just someone hiding, right? And visual novels love to do this thing where it's like, oh, there is a 19th person here, but you don't know who it is, lol. Like even now, the logic is like, what did Battler say? It's 18 greater than X, greater than like 19, and where we are is that it's the X. It's invis. Oh shit! I didn't fuck with you with the imaginary numbers. Okay, I need to do that next Saturday. But either way, it definitely was definitely a human.
しかし、どうやって?
Yeah, but how?
せいぜい10センチ程度しか開かない扉の隙間からどうやったら室内の2人を?
How did they reach those two through that crack in the door? It couldn't have been more than 10 centimeters.
それにしても耐え難い匂いです。
At any rate, I can hardly stand the stench.
一体何事なのですか?
What in the world could it be? What time is it? Is it midnight? Kanon and Kumasawa, who had gone on ahead, realized the smell wasn't coming from the kitchen even before they arrived there. That was because they noticed an even thicker wave of stench rising up the stairs leading to the basement, which they passed on their way to the kitchen. Everybody's here, right? Right? Nobody's missing. They're here, they're together. Genji and Nanjo should be together. So I don't think anybody's dead.
Boiler室.
The boiler room.
また ボイラーの調子が悪いんでしょうか。
I wonder if there's something wrong with the boiler again. Those stairs led to the underground boiler room. The mansion's boiler was old and in poor condition. Both of them had witnessed problems with the boiler on several occasions, but they had never smelled the boiler belching out a stench like this before. Slam. Da 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 da. Let the boys be boys. Kinzo is missing. Okay, you know what? That's actually fair. Kinzo is actually missing. That is correct. What was that sound? Over the top anime reaction. The thing they heard from the basement was definitely the sound of a door closing. Kumasawa had phrased it as a question, but she already knew it couldn't be anything else. Kumasawa was so surprised at that sound that her knees gave way yet again, and she cowered. After all, at that very moment, no one could have been in the boiler room. Well, I mean, someone or something is in there. Just a few seconds ago, everyone had been crowded together around Ivy and Hideyoshi's room. So who caused the sound of a door closing just now?
Kanon-san!
Kanon-san. After taking a second to sort out the situation, Kanon ran down towards the basement. Since they heard the sound of a door closing just now and there was no sign of anyone coming up the stairs, the person who closed the door had to be inside the boiler room now. If the boiler room had been a dead end, Kanon wouldn't have rushed in so hastily, but Kanon was a servant, so he knew. There were two entrances to the boiler room, one that opened to the mansion and one that opened to the courtyard. If he didn't chase them now, they might slip away. Kumasawa reached the same conclusion long after Kanon did, but she can't move like Kanon, but she couldn't let him go alone. If the thing in the boiler was the culprit, an opponent who had easily killed 6 adults in the first murder, then no matter how Kanon confronted them, he wouldn't be a match. Of course, with this argument, even if Kumasawa joined him, it wouldn't change anything. After a delay, Kumasawa decided that she mustn't let Kanon go alone. She rushed down the stairs. Okay, maybe she could keep up with him. My bad. Jump scare? At that time, Kanon was already in the boiler room. The boiler room's characteristic damp heat tormented him. It had always been an unpleasant, smelly, and hot place. And on top of that, the room was full of that horrible stench, which made Kanon feel like he was going to be sick. There was no doubt that this room was the source. In that case, Kanon should have been searching for where the smell was coming from. However, Kanon kept gazing straight forward as he grabbed a hatchet from the tool shelf just off to the side of the door. He hadn't stretched out his hand because he wanted a hatchet. He had wanted to grab a weapon, any weapon. Why? What do you mean, why? We're in a kill or be killed situation right now. Kanon gazed into the darkness where the naked light bulb couldn't pierce. Then he answered. What do you mean he answered?
ルーレットは数字と赤黒にかけて配当を競い合う。
What? K?
だが赤か黒かのようなリスクの低い賭けはその程度の配当しか与えられない。
In roulette, you bet on a number of the colors, a number or the colors red or black vying for a payoff. However, low risk bets like black and red only offer a similarly low payoff. Okay. The words coming from Kanon's mouth were swallowed up by the darkness. That darkness suddenly started to swirl, glittering. Jill, I'm scared. I have a Jill Stingray plush that's right next to me. Oh. Jill, I'm really scared. Is it happening? Is it finally going to happen? It was such a fantastical scene. Golden sparkling butterflies that hid in the shadows all over the boiler room flapped their wings, twinkling beautifully, and gathered in the darkness, disappearing. All right, here we go. Strap in, everybody. Kanon continued speaking, directing his words at the darkness as it swallowed up the butterflies. But as the butterflies gathered in the darkness, they would certainly laugh. But Kanon continued to speak without faltering the slightest.
逆に より的中率の低いかけ方をすれば
However, if you bet on something with a lower probability, your payoff increases proportionally to the risk. Okay, is she speaking? Is he speaking to her?
親方様は天文学的なリスクを的中できることを
The master called succeeding despite an astronomical risk a miracle.
その結果得られる天文学的な配当を魔法と呼んでいた。
And called the astronomical payoff gained as a result magic.
親方様とお前がどんな魔法を求めてルーレットに挑んでいるのか。
I have no interest in what kind of magic you and the master were seeking when you spun that roulette. Oh, that's right. I forgot. This is in reference to... Okay.
しかし、お前は忘れている。
But you forgot something.
ルーレットには赤でも黒でもない目が出うることを忘れている。
You forgot that in a roulette there's a pocket that's neither black nor red. That is true. Roulette is a special pocket called zero, yes, which means that the house takes everything in certain variants of the game. This means that all of the coins bet on the table will be swept up just as though everyone had forfeit.
僕は一つだけ心に決めていた。
I set my heart on just one thing.
もし
I decided that if
シャノンが殺されて僕が生き残るようなことがあったなら
Shannon were to be killed and I was just left alive,
この身を投げ出してお前のルーレットをすべて台無しにしてやろうと。
I'd sacrifice this life of mine and bring this roulette of yours to ruin.
これは親方様が決めたルールでもましてやお前が決めたルールでもない。
This isn't one of Master's rules, and it certainly isn't one of yours.
このルールは僕が作った。
I made this rule myself.
僕はもう家具じゃない。
Ooh, I'm not furniture anymore.
お前のルーレットのゼロなんだ。
I'm the zero on your roulette. All right, let's see how that works out for you, buddy. Also, wrong video game. Or visual novel, I should say. Kanan's face twisted with humiliation. It was clear that his defiance against his own weakness was being ridiculed somehow. Kanan's brow creased even further, and a fierce expression that he had never shown to anyone appeared on his face. The hand grasping the hatchet was shaking. His sweat became drops which slid downward. Oh, excuse me. It was clear that the emotion causing Kanan's hand to shake wasn't just anger. However, Kanan suppressed that emotion.
僕はもうお前の言葉に惑わされたりはしない。
I won't let your words lead me astray again.
悪魔のルーレットはこれでおしまいだ。
This is where the demon's roulette ends.
地獄にてさらに1000年。次の召喚者を待つがいい。
Wait another 1,000 years in hell for your next summoner.
ベアドリーチェ
Okay, here we go. All right. Man. I should have saved my a drink for this one. When Kanan raised the hatchet and tried to dive into the darkness, defiantly sneered. It sneered at that courage as if it were vulgar, lazy, futile, and meaningless. Okay. Cool. Kanan, his hatchet still held aloft. Couldn't take another step after that. With a clang, the hatchet that he'd been grasping fell and rolled on the floor. After following that, with a pair of thuds, Kanan's knees hit left, then right. That hand, which looked like it was trying to catch the sky now, now that the hatchet had been dropped, gradually lowered. In the original PC version of the game, that was a singular bit of voice acting in the entire game. Holy cow, just that. That's really funny. Landing on his chest. Then the other hand did the same. What? What? Right there, a handle with a demon-shaped design was buried into his chest. What the fuck? The same type of weapon that had been stabbed into Ava and Hideyoshi's foreheads was in Kanon's chest. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, hang on a second. What? How did we get here already? Dude, is like are days different in which world? What do you mean the fifth Twilight? Excuse me? Same type of weapon that had been stabbed into Ava and Hideyoshi's forehead was in Kanon's chest. Does darkness in general count as Twilight? I don't think that's how that works. Kanon was curled up in anguish, fresh blood dribbling from the corner of his mouth. Maybe Twilight is more metaphorical. I'm starting to think that. It was makeup too extreme for Kanon's white skin. Around this scene, the glittering gold butterflies danced through the darkness, mesmerizing. It was a beautiful, beautiful dance, a funeral march of tribute, ridicule, and contempt for a single boy's self-sacrifice. Kanon had already been prepared for his own death. But although he could do nothing but accept the death he had received, he attempted one last measure of resistance. He grasped the handle of the weapon, sticking it into his chest with both hands. Of the weapon sticking into his chest with both hands. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. And gritting his teeth with an acute, unearthly pain, he pulled it out. For only a moment, a bright red spray gushed out. It made an unpleasant bloop sound. It probably resembled the sound of Kanon's soul as it was sucked into the swamp of the dead.
Kanon-san?
Oh shit, you about to get wasted too. Someone. Kumasawa screamed at the incomprehensible sight in front of her. Kanon was lying in a pool of blood. Kumasawa's heart was a complete mess. Ah, what a horrible fate. Why is the writing going like this? He wouldn't have been killed if I had been with him. Oh, I see. Ah, what incredible wait, no. Wait, what? If I had been with him, I might have been killed too. What is happening? She screamed. Her expression was filled with complete confusion, and all of the muscles of her face were pulled up, almost as though she was smiling while crying. But no one could have made fun of an expression like this. Whoa. What is it, Kumasawa? Answer me, Kumasawa. The first one to dash in was Natsuhi holding the rifle. Battler and Genji dashed in after her. Normally, they would have started discussing the origin of that violent stench filling the boiler room, but after they saw Kanon, who was lying on the ground as if he were drowning in an ocean of his own blood, the stench wasn't important anymore. All right, so it's a witch. Answer me. Genji, bring Dr. Nanjo here. Natsuki realized that even though Kanon was on the verge of death, he was still conscious, so she sent Genji to get the doctor. Natsuki, holding the rifle aloft, faced the darkness in the center of the boiler room and shouted, "Who is hiding over there? Come out quietly." Oof. If you don't come out from there, I'll shoot without mercy. We need light. Natsuhi, let's light them up. Battler, thinking quickly, took a large flashlight from the tool shelf alongside the door and used its light to cut through the darkness Natsuhi was glaring into. Here we go. But the light only shone on mechanical-looking piping and a door. Okay, never mind. Here we don't go. The door had been left open. A small crack, and it was obvious that someone had left through there in a hurry. Aunt Natsu, where does that door go?
Genji.
Genji. Where does that door lead to? Outside? The courtyard. Like hell I'd let you get away, you damn bastard! Battler let out a war cry as he slammed into the door. It's okay. I just imagine that he got so fired up that he didn't bother to even try to open the door. The door literally ran into it. Cool air from outside suddenly rushed in. There were some thin, rough stairs leading up. Battler ran up them, shouting. Wait, Battler-kun. It's dangerous to be on your own right now. Natsuhi was also rushing up the stairs, chasing after Battler. They were in the courtyard. The courtyard of the mansion had been built strictly for lighting purposes, so it wasn't even a very elegant place. Because it was surrounded on all sides, the air was calm and completely undisturbed, even though they could hear the sound of strong winds. There was only the gentle, sorrowful rain. As he ran through the cold and scattered raindrops dashing up the stairs into the courtyard, Battler looked in every direction. Of course, the odds of him finding a suspicious silhouette just standing around nonchalantly was pretty much zero. Battler spun, looking all around. He turned again and again. He kept spinning until he had almost lost a sense of direction. He prayed that he would see the culprit somewhere in the scenery, but there was no chance. All he saw as he spun was more and more of the mansion's heartless walls and windows. There were two entrances into the mansion from the courtyard, and neither of them were locked. Oh, okay. Because the courtyard couldn't be entered from outside the mansion, the doors had been built without locks. He didn't know which one they had left through. He had to give up. Battler pounded the wall with his fist, swearing. Battler-kun. You mustn't run ahead by yourself. Battler-kun. Battler pressed his forehead against the wall, which he scratched at with his fingernails as he cried. Damn it. Not Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi. And now Kanon-kun. You killed a full 6 people. And that wasn't enough, so you had to kill 3 more. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, so hang on a second then, right? So we're just like running out of people. Also, they ain't update you yet, my boy. So the one who obtains the key must travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. If someone has a key, gouge the stomach and kill. So that's gonna be next. Gouge the knee and kill. Gouge the leg and kill. The witch shall revive. Okay, so we're not here yet. So we're not seeing her until 3 more deaths. I don't know who's gonna get the stomach, the knee, and the leg, but it's gonna happen. So this is interesting. The witch is going to revive and then no one's going to be alive? Because I don't... That has to mean something else. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi were always kind and fun. Okay, maybe Hideyoshi. Let's not go that far with Ava. I just met Kanan yesterday, but I'm sure I'd have gotten along with him fine. Why did you kill them? Why?
人ってのはな、殺しちまったらな、
You know when people die,
二度と生き返らねえんだぞ。
they don't come back to life again, right?
タケノコみてえにひょいひょい生えてきちゃこねえんだぞ。
Well, we don't know that. Maybe it's different in this world. I don't know. They aren't gonna quickly sprout up again like bamboo shoots.
どうして殺すんだよ。
Why'd you kill them?
どうして。
Why?
どうして。
Why? I felt that. Battler was a boy who could understand the feelings of pain and regret in a person's heart. So he cried. With all his strength, Natsuhi, who had always thought of Battler as a frank person, was a little surprised to find that he had this delicate side. At the same time, she understood how easily hurt the heart of a young person could be, so she held him. Daijoubu?
大丈夫です。あなたも、ジョージ君も、マリアちゃんも、ジェシカも。
It's all right.
私が絶対に守ります。
I will definitely protect you, George-kun, Maria-chan, and Jessica. You better hold on to that charm.
母として、そして後ろ宮家の代表として。
And as a mother, and as the representative of the Ushiromiya family. So, I'm gonna hold on to that thought, actually. Well, I mean, I guess if there are two charms, right? And the two people holding them are, well, was Jessica and then gave it to Natsuhi. And then Battler's supposed to have the other one, and he's like, but fuck that, I don't have it. Battler, after sobbing into Natsuhi's chest for a while, wiped his tears with a bitter smile, as though he had been like that the whole time, and tried to appear as though he cried more than enough already.
とにかく一度下に戻りましょう。
Anyway, let's go back for now. Natsuhi, best girl. I mean, right now, yeah. I mean, like, what's my other option here? What are my other options? Ava? Pfft, no. Rosa? Pfft, no. I mean, she didn't deserve death. She didn't deserve death. Shannon is very innocent here. Kyrie would be okay. So, like, it would just be between Natsuhi and Kyrie for me. Those are the two. My other options are horrible. Well, let me not say are horrible. Jessica, I do like. I like Shannon enough, but in reality, I think amongst the adults, your only options are these two. And then Satan here, just miniature Satan. Anyway, let's go back down for now.
犯人を探すより、自分たちの身を守る方が最優先です。
Protecting ourselves is a higher priority than finding the
明
culprit.
日になれば船が来る。
Tomorrow the boat will arrive.
そうすれば警察がやってきて、すべてを白日のもとにさらし出してくれるでしょう。
After that happens, the police will come and everything should be brought to light. Nah, I think we're probably about to get 3 more deaths real quick.
犯人がどうあがこうとも、この島から逃げられるものですか。
Yeah, but what if the culprit can just kill you all before they get here? There's no way the culprit can escape this island, no matter how much they struggle.
That's
That's right. When the police come. When the seagulls cry. They did it again. The crime will be solved. But for some reason, Battler felt a slight sense of uneasiness, as if the seagulls would never cry again. That couldn't be true. Roll credits, yes. When the typhoon passes, surely the lively seagulls will return to the harbor again. I returned to the boiler room along with Natsuhi and told everyone weekly that we hadn't found anything. We heard that Dr. Nanjo and George Aniki had carried Kanon-kun to the servant room. The servant room had a first aid kit and a sink and could apparently function as a nurse's office. Okay, are we saying that he's technically not dead yet? Kumasawa-san and Jessica had accompanied them, because that's kind of a problem. Stains from Kanon-kun's blood remain on the floor. I mean, I guess it's the possibility that if he pulled that out in time, although I would also think that, like, that would... I don't know. I can only really make assumptions right now. And I kind of hate doing that. Stains from Kanon-kun's blood remained on the floor. Judging by the large amount of blood lost and the ruthless shape of the weapon that had fallen carelessly to the ground, I figured that Dr. Nanjo's treatment would probably end in vain. That weapon had doubtlessly the same type. That weapon was doubtlessly the same type that had been stuck in Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's foreheads. Also, where are we getting these weapons from? But wait, isn't the demonic design on the handle a little different? There seem to be some small differences in that part. Still, as far as their overall shape was concerned, the weapons were all of the same type. Ah, yes, Dr. Blackjack, the best doctor. Of course I am. Though it had seemed brutal, we'd left the weapon stuck into Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi to preserve the crime scene. So this was the first time we were able to have a perfect view of the entire weapon. As we expected, the weapon was not bladed like a knife, but shaped like an ice pick. Or rather, a thin stake. And it had a spiral-shaped pattern, sort of like a drill, like a bee drill, and looked like something that might be driven into the hearts of human sacrifices in some demonic trial. Including the handle, it was 25 centimeters long. Half of that was the stake-shaped part, which was stained with deep red blood. The length of the blood-stained part made it clear just how deeply it must have penetrated into Kanon-kun's chest. But Aunt Natsuhi and the rest didn't even look at the weapon, and instead stood in front of the incinerator where the horrible stench was emanating from. They must have dragged it out. Dragged out that thing which had been burning in the furnace. It was still smoldering and kept sending out dense waves of that awfully unpleasant smell. Yeah, we kind of didn't address that. Genji-san, well, I understand why, but okay, so we're probably getting an answer now. Genji-san and Maria stared down at it. Aunt Natsuhi probably couldn't stand to look directly at it. She kept shaking her head. Oh, her back to it, I see. No, you're supposed to go, ooh, ooh, ooh. I thought nothing could surprise me after everything that's happened. But this is... Ugh. I stood there for a while, moaning with a rising urge to vomit. The true source of that unearthly stench was a scorched corpse that had been cooking inside the incinerator. Okay. Is this Kinzo, then? The clothes, the surface of the body, and the hair were all hideously burned. That grotesque corpse was in a state where the face, nor the age, nor even the gender could be guessed at. When I thought about it calmly, I realized that a corpse appearing at this time could only be one person. It was grandfather, who had disappeared that morning, and whose whereabouts had been unknown. Oh. Had to wait an hour for that payoff? Unbelievable. I believe it was most likely the master. I agree. Okay, so that makes 4, but there's a problem, right? So let's see something here, right? Unless Kinzo was a part of the original sacrifices, right? So how does he fit into this then? Those who remain shall tear apart. He's the 4th Twilight? Gouge the head. Oh, well, no. Since it's in his head. But that's how... Oh, wait. Are they saying... Okay, wait a minute. Okay. So then the 6th sacrifice... Okay, so then this happened... So wait, are they saying that this happened while... Okay, there's some fuckery going on then. Okay, hang on. So, some fuckery is afoot. I agree. I agree that he would pass away in such a state. It's heartrending. But is there any proof that this corpse really is grandfather? It's burnt so black you can't even tell what sex it is. See, everybody, you finally got your feet pay off. Here it is. Aunt Natsuhi, with her handkerchief over her mouth and her eyes averted, pointed, and told me to look at the burnt corpse's feet. All them bunions. Just love how this information has been revealed. He has 6 toes on each foot, and that's how we were able to identify him. Beautiful. Huh? You're right. Just as Genji-san had said, there were 6 toes on each foot. Each individual toe looked so normal in its line that I hadn't noticed. I wonder how rare that is, right? Like I'm sure that there are actually people. Of course, there's someone who's born with like 6 toes or whatever. But like, how rare or how common is this? You know, I wonder. I don't know what the odds on that are. They're actually going to discuss this. Oh, I do this all the time. I get ahead. Consequently, the master was entrusted with the revival of the Ushiromiya family. I haven't heard that since long ago. Cases of polydactyl? That is... Yeah, polydactyl. Although the Y at the end is throwing me off. Is it polydactyli or polydactyl? Because if it's polydactyl, the Y wouldn't be there. Polydactyly? Fuck, I should know this. It's just Greek. Whatever. We're commonly in the Ushiromiya's family. It's probably hereditary. Oh shit, it's in the family. Okay. Sometimes you just need to click more and say less. No. Never. Polydactyl literally means many fingers. Correct, yes. Poly meaning many. Dactyl meaning fingers. Fuck. It's Greek. Because of a little mistake by God, when the person is born, one of their toes or fingers splits into 2, and the total number increases. But a big deal isn't usually made of polydactyly. I think it's polydactyly is what it is, in the world at large. that's because it isn't just a disease. That's because it isn't a disease, just something people were born with. So while they are still babies, at about the time they turn 1 year old, they can be taken to the hospital and given surgery to make them normal. Even a child with polydactyly can be treated before they become aware, so they might not remember it themselves. By the way, it seems that there's a possibility for this to occur in 1 out of every 2,000 babies. Okay, I did not think the odds would be that small. Well, I guess that large. I would have thought it would have been like 1 in maybe like 100,000, not 1 in every 2,000. That actually sounds way more common than I think. So even though it's not usually seen, I mean, I guess maybe that's not necessarily true, because like what's 1 in every 2,000, right? Like that's like a 0.001 chance. So maybe it's not. Okay, you know, I guess when I sit back and I think about it, that actually is pretty rare. To a degree. It's usually not seen. It isn't that rare at all. Well, I mean, I guess I was expecting it to be like something like huge. Yeah, because like 1 out of every like 2,000, it's like if there were like let's say that you had like 100,000 people all together in one room. That's 50 people in there that have like 6 toes. Or extra extremities on the extra toes on their feet. Yeah, I get kind of rare. Yeah. Speaking of which, I think Uncle Hideyoshi mentioned something to me long ago. Something about how even Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the man who unified Japan at the end of the Sengoku period, had 6 fingers on one hand. According to Natsuhi, among the many Ushiromiya family heads, the one most praised for their wisdom, all have polydactyly. Because of that, when grandfather was born, his relatives were all excited at the thought that he might become another wise leader. And when the leading relatives all died in the Great Kanto earthquake, it was apparently argued that grandfather should be the one to restore the family because of the auspicious sign of his birth. If grandfather hadn't disliked his position as a head so much, this 6 toe probably would have been pretty lucky for him. Come to think of it, I've heard about some country where it's believed people with polydactyly should be treated as gods and revered. Yes, I've actually heard of that. Or at least people with like extra extremities and stuff. This is beside the point. We really have gone beside the point, but it's fairly common in mystery novels for a corpse to be burned to hide its identity. But I guess that in grandfather's case, just toasting him wouldn't be enough. You had to roast him too. Grandfather's body was not simply burnt. Okay. So Kanan is still technically not dead. Holy shit. Oh, that is frightening. I looked here first and I didn't even see that. That is a frightening thing to open too. Burned in the incinerator with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his forehead. Okay, hang on. Yeah, you had the forehead too. You also had a forehead. So I guess all 3 of them just got foreheads. Okay. The old sorcerer's wish vanished before it could be granted. He always knew that this was one possible result of his risky gamble. Okay. By the way, the water drop sound effect indicates a profile. Yeah. That's why it clicked. Yeah, that's why I was like, okay, what happened? But when I did that, I wasn't looking here yet. I was looking here. So that jump scared the fuck out of me when I finally I looked right and I was like, oh, hello. And grandfather's body was not simply burnt. It was just like Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi and the thing that had been stabbed into Kanan-kun's chest. That's why I'm waiting for it to happen for Kanan-kun, because we haven't heard it yet. So that's why I'm still under the suspicion that okay, he's alive? Question mark? One of those demon ice picks was stuck into his forehead. Yeah, because he yeeted it out of the window, although I guess y'all wouldn't know that. The head's ring is not on his finger. So the letter last night was telling the truth. Father
さぞやご無念でしょう。
would probably be horribly disappointed. Natsuhi-san let her head droop and close her eyes tightly. So hold on loosely, but don't let go. This room had also become a vital crime scene for us to hand over to the police. That's not the rhythm of the song at all. It was decided that we would leave grandfather's corpse here and lock the room, sealing it. It isn't clear whether grandfather's corpse started burning in the incinerator, since, according to Genji, the strength of the flames had been that strong. The body must have started burning a long time ago. God, I love that emote so much. God, thank you, Jolly. Since, according to Genji, the strength of the flames hadn't been that strong, the body must have been started burning a long time ago, so that stench could slowly creep out of the furnace and fill the room bit by bit, eventually pouring out and climbing up the staircase. Putting aside whether he was rare or well done, grandfather had been brought out, killed, and burned, even though he had started out locked away in the closed room created by this autolock, or his autolock. There's probably no doubting this. However, according to Genji-san, the boiler room is usually locked. The possibility that someone outside our group had snuck in and committed the crime was overwhelmingly high. And there was also a good chance that this person was walking around with someone like something like a master key. After all, the doors and windows throughout the mansion had been checked. But despite that, the culprit was able to strut around the mansion freely. Is this crime confirmed that a 19 Yes. I mean, then who the fuck else did it? You know, it's like, come on, like we have to be there at this point, right? There's still that contradiction since they're trying to tout their existence without ever showing themselves once. Boy, we're really hanging on to this. Along with Kyrie-san's chessboard theory, I've been using this contradiction to deny the existence of a 19th person. By spinning the chessboard around once more, the very fact that this crime makes it perfectly obvious. So tired. I'm tired of your shit, Battler. Battlers just here like an unsolved mysteries. If we spin the chessboard around tonight on Battler's Unsolved Mysteries, we'll spin the chessboard around to see if there is an existence of a 19th person here in the mansion of the Ushiromiya family. We travel to a small island known as Rokenjima. The very fact that this crime makes it perfectly obvious that a 19th person exists means that the existence of the 19th person is even less plausible. What? Excuse me, what? Battler is the most 18-year-old a character can possibly be. Yeah. The very fact that this crime makes it perfectly obvious that a 19th person exists means that the existence of the 19th person is okay, that is a leap in logic. That is a huge leap in logic. As long as that 19th person doesn't show themselves in front of us. The culprit could get grandfather out through the doors sealed by the receipt. If they could kill Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi from the outside of a door sealed by a chain, they could possibly go so far as to create a fictional 19th person through strange tricks and devices. Man, Battler, I want whatever you're smoking, man. If we still want to believe that the culprit is among the 18, then who is it? The list of suspects has grown very short. The list of suspects don't make sense. The four of us kids, which it should. How could you be suspecting them? Aunt Nazi, unless like you're like a sleeper agent, you don't know it. Genji-san, Kumasawa Ba-chan, and Dr. Nanjo. One of these people has to be the culprit. Do they? Wait, we can't be sure of that. In just a second, we started doubting whether the corpse here was actually grandfather's, right? Maybe we can think of the other bodies in some way. In the same way. Yeah, these aren't really their bodies. For example, the first six all had their faces horribly smashed. Okay, then where are they then? Some of the bodies had been had kept enough of their faces for us to confirm who they were, but that old bastard, for example, had lost his entire face, as though the whole thing had been neatly peeled off. We only figured out which body was which by their clothes and surroundings. The culprit prepare a fake body beforehand and alter it to make it look like they died. Okay, I consider that as a possibility, but that's insane if that happened. Even though they were actually hiding somewhere after committing the crime. It may sound ridiculous, but it wouldn't be an impossible trick to pull off. Okay, but then you're saying that, like, there has to be accomplices here, though. So okay, so what are we saying? Are we saying that those 6 people possibly did like a Kage Bunshin no Jutsu and was just like, all right, well, this is like actually a shadow copy. It's not real. But didn't Nanjo... okay. It's too early to give in to this 19th person. I don't know. No, this witch. I don't know, bro. I just... Maria-chan, you mustn't stare so fixedly anymore. Come on, Battler-kun too. I'm worried about Kanon's condition, and we mustn't remain in a place like this any longer than necessary. Let us return. Yes, Maria. Maria didn't go out with everyone else, but remained in the boiler room. Well, obviously, there are bodies already killed and then frozen and then killed again. The thing she was staring at, so fixedly at probably wasn't grandfather's body, but the demon's ice pick sticking out of his forehead. It was probably the sort of item that an enthusiast couldn't bear to ignore. I tapped her on the head.
Oi, Maria.
Oi, Maria.
Beatriceの目的は何なんだ?
What's Beatrice after? What do you mean?
俺たち全員の命か?
Is it all of our lives? Read the document, yeah. God, I do that switch every time, man.
Beatrice はもうすぐ蘇るんだよ.
Beatrice will revive very soon.
その時、誰も生き残れはしない.
At that time, none shall be alive.
よくも笑えるもんだぜ.
How can you laugh at something like that?
自分だけ蚊帳の外だと思ってるのか?
Do you think you're the only one? No. She don't think she's safe either.
どうして自分の身に危機が迫っていると感じない?
Why don't you feel like you're in danger? Because she's into this shit.
どうして怯えない?
Why aren't you scared?
ベアトリーチェは約束してくれたもん.
No, don't make a cute face now. Beatrice made a promise.
マリアは黄金郷へ連れて行ってもらえるんだよ.
She said she's gonna take me to the Golden Land.
そこはね、しがらみも何もない、すべての人たちがずっと一緒に、いつまでも優しくし合っていける素敵な場所なんだよ.
It's a wonderful place where you have no obligations, everyone's always together, and everyone is always nice to everyone else.
マリアは楽しみだよ.
I'm looking forward to it.
その時はもうすぐだもん.
That time will come very soon now. I guess that's another part of this whole mystery too, is the Golden Land, because that's a whole thing that we really haven't, I guess, like, sunk our teeth into yet either. Okay. I can't make heads or tails of this right now. I really can't. Like I feel like I should have enough information to figure some of this shit out, and I feel like I can't figure any of this out. Excuse me? Other than, like, Maria is freaking me the fuck out, and that, like, Beatrice has to exist. But that's about, like, where it ends. That after that, it's just like it's gone. Just what kind of person is Maria? I only wonder what Maria was like 6 years ago when she was 3. She was once pure and obedient, a good kid. This new Maria 6 years later, and the Maria I knew didn't seem to fit together. Just who is she, this witch who calls herself Maria? To Maria, who obstinately believes in the witch. The series of unsolvable crimes is proof that the witch actually exists. Every time something occurs that would be difficult for a human, it becomes a little harder for the rest of us to not believe in Beatrice. You know, and maybe it is fine that I don't know yet, right? Like there's still like what, 4 chapters to go through, but I'm gonna speak without spoiling. I think I had figured out like other visual novels at some point, like where we were going, right? So I think about like playing Raincoat, and I think by like chapter 2, I'd started to put it together, right? I think about like the Zero Escape series, and it's like I started to kind of like put it together, like you know, like the mystery was like, all right, I kind of got it, and then it's like, oh, I see what's going on, right? Here, I kind of feel like I don't know what I'm putting together, because it's like they're telling you it's a witch. That's what it is. It's a witch. The witch is there, and it's like the visual novel is just straight up like, well, yeah. Here are your butterflies, and now you die, and then it's like, okay, so then there's a witch, and then Battler's like, there's no fucking witch, no, there's the evidence of a 19 person, because that's what they want you to think, right? Why is Battler so hung up on this? It is what's throwing me off. It just, I don't know where we're going here, right? Because, like, everyone's gonna die. It's somebody faked it. Okay. If somebody faked a death, who would have been, and then why? I'm not putting this together. I don't understand. It must be an intense pleasure for Maria to see her relatives, who you don't need to know anything. I know, it's frustrating for my brain, because I feel like I should be putting this together, and I'm not. Who once firmly denied the witch's existence, start acknowledging that witch's existence one by one. Is that why she's in high spirits?
Maria, もう一遍だけ聞く。
Maria, let me ask this one more time.
どうせ答えは同じだろうが、もう一遍だけ聞く。
You'll probably answer the same anyway, but I'll just ask once more.
お前は昨日、バラ庭園で手紙をもらった。
Yesterday, you were given a letter in the rose garden.
そいつは誰なんだ?
If you have a certain reading experience, you have a small chance to figure out some of the mysteries at the end of this episode. The average reader isn't expecting to figure it out at this point, and I certainly didn't. As long as you keep your options open, you'll be fine. Okay, I just... Yeah, it's just, like, I feel like I'm nowhere. Like, I feel like I understand the text, and then just, like, it's still not... I don't know what it's expecting of me. I know I'll get there at some point. It's me talking out loud more than anything else, and just kind of thinking in the open, so that at least you guys know where I'm at. But yeah, just jeez. At a certain point, I'm just along for the ride. Yeah. Okay. Yesterday, you were given a letter in the Rose Garden. Who gave it to you? It's all really convoluted. That's exactly what it is. It's just like, this is like what's the end game here? Like, why, what's happening? Battler still doesn't believe. Oh. Mari only repeated what she had already said. I guess, too, the other thing to consider is that, like, when I'm playing other visual novels, or at least visual novels that I played in the past, it's like, I mean, this would be, like, considered, like, what, chapter 3 or 4 at this point? Like, we would have been through, like, 4, 5, 6 chapters by now, or we would have seen something, right? And it's not like we're not seeing anything. We are seeing things, but this is like the opening chapter, and it's... I'm not saying this as like a criticism or like, oh, this is bad, but it's like, it's like befuddling me because I'm kind of like, I'm so used to like, and I get the cake is here, like, and they presented me like a little piece of dessert, and now it's like, okay, I had my little sample, and I feel like I don't have that yet. It's weird. UMINEKO was a trip, and I wish I could say more without spoiling. Yeah. I obviously I don't want anybody to spoil, but it's me thinking. It's just me thinking about like, okay, I want to know, but I know I can't know. Maria only repeated what she had already said. Maria met with the 19th person, the witch. I'll just say Novel had more or less the same reaction as yours from what he told me. Okay, all right, cool. So that's good to know that I'm not alone in this. Like, where are we going here? What's happening? Maria met with the... Sorry, was that really a 19th person, or did one of the 18 just get her to say that? All that's certain is that Maria has been with the rest of us constantly, has always had an alibi, and hasn't done anything suspicious. She was simply overjoyed at being made Beatrice's messenger, and certainly isn't the 19th person. Supposedly. That's right. I wonder what's written in the letter we picked up. Oh, yeah, we still haven't talked about the letter that we picked up in Aunt Natsu, Aunt Eva, and Uncle Hideyoshi's room. Natsu should still have it with her. Yeah, I kind of forgot we threw glass at the... Why is the clock that big? Okay, can you just back up a little bit? Really zoomed in there. Like, I can't even see the 12. In the end, Kennen-kun did not regain consciousness. He's dead. Yep, there we go, finally. The furthers we read, anytime I thought I knew what was going on, I did not. I feel like I think I understand some of this, but I just don't. And like I think I've done a good job of like at first kind of picking out, all right, who was about to die. Like when they did the 6, I was like, I think I know what 6 they're about to pull out, and I was like, I think 75% correct. Or no, if it's 6 people, it would have been like 87 or 66%. So I think I got like 4 or 5 of them correct. I can't remember. And now as they start to go down the line here, maybe I just need to stop thinking so hard. I'm sorry. I really am an overthinker when it comes to stuff like this. Oh, right. Sorry. My purpose of coming here was to see Kanon. Makes sense. Found in the boiler room with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his chest. How presumptuous of lowly furniture. All right. Who's the asshole writing these bios after death? In the end, Kanon-kun did not regain consciousness, even though Dr. Nanjo and the rest did all they could to heal him. Of course, there was very little that could be done on an island like this without medicine or proper facilities. However, Kanon was the only human ever to confront the culprit. If only he could give us some kind of clue. However, at the time they carried Kanon away, it was already too late. My sincerest apologies. Without proper facilities, there was nothing I could do about such a serious wound. Yeah, I wouldn't have expected them to heal him up. It's like, to be fair, if he had actually kept Kanon alive, I think I would have actually been kind of upset about that. No, that's perfectly understandable. Thank you so much for giving it your very best. Dr. Nanjo's shirt had been sprayed by a violent spurt of blood, so it was easy to imagine the devotion with which he had tried to save Kanon's life up until the last second. Jessica was crouched in the corridor crying softly. Bro, like, everybody, I was going to say everybody needs therapy after this, but unfortunately they're all going to be dead, so there's going to be no therapy available for them. She had probably been taking care of Kanon until the moment of his death. George Aniki tried to approach her with words of comfort, but when Jessica pushed him away, he stopped trying to force her to talk and left her alone. Like, to some degree, yeah, but okay. So, hang on. Because that wouldn't have mattered either, right? Because the witch still killed both of Hideyoshi and Ava, and they were together too. So actually, yeah, Chiyo, it wouldn't have mattered. You would have died too. Unless it's like the witch actually has to carry out every Twilight the way that it's saying. Hang on a minute here. Sorry about that. It's hot in here. It was like scorching hot today. It was 100 degrees. Like, I got in my car before I went to go get breakfast from Biscuitville. It was fucking 104 degrees inside my car. I mean, granted, I know like outside temperature was actually 92 or like 94 or something like that, but like my car was like a sauna when I got into it. I was like, it's like hell. Oh my God. Yeah. To be fair, I didn't sit it under like a tree or anything like that. So there was like no shade provided. It was just like literally just like heat just coming straight down on the car. If only I hadn't let Kanon-kun go alone. Oh. Do not let that bother you. If you had been with him, you would probably have been attacked as well. Yes, I agree with that. He foolishly rushed on ahead and paid for his mistakes. A mistake. I understand this. I understand this from Jessica. How can you say it like that? Kanon-kun spotted the culprit and bravely stood up to them. If only Kumasawa-san had gone with him, the culprit might have hesitated and chosen to run away. Emotion-filled words that I never thought I'd hear coming out of Jessica's mouth tumbled out. Kumasawa, looking truly sorry, could do nothing but hang her head. Jessica. Yeah, I don't think talking's gonna help right now. I don't know. Battler is actually handling this. Well, no. I guess he has shown emotion at times of just like anger, but he interestingly kind of resets himself. I'm not saying that that's like a positive. Well, I don't. It's not really a positive or a negative thing. It's just how you process it, right? It's just human condition at that point. It's the same for me, and probably you as well, right, Battler-kun? He's one of the least attached to his parents. You know what? That's also fair. He does think his dad is a scumbag. That's fair. We don't know what's going on, and it feels like our hearts are going to split open. And Kyrie had just married in. So yeah, I guess that makes sense. There were tears in George Aniki's eyes again. Seeing Jessica break down crying probably brought back pain of losing his parents. By the way, I have to say this again. UMINEKO fans have been like awesome whenever in stream. And I know I've probably been ranting a lot about like theories and whatnot, and maybe that's part of the entertainment for you guys. But at least like the conversations and like not saying stuff has been awesome. So I just need to celebrate you guys again as always. Seeing Jessica break down crying probably brought back the pain of losing his parents. I've done my crying. No, I'd done my crying all at once. So I didn't feel like crying anymore. However, I understood how great the pain in their hearts was. Oh God. Fucking no. Burn the witch. It's okay, Jessica. You'll be able to meet Kanon again soon. Stop it. I don't need you trying to console me like that. Beatrice will resurrect the dead, and even love that has been lost. And even love, okay. You know, actually, now that I just said it like that, okay. This is why sentence structure is important. I'm sorry, I'm being an English major for a minute here. Beatrice will resurrect the dead and even love that has been lost. Okay, so are we talking about like... Okay, so the question is love here a noun or is love a verb? I don't like that I just said that. It's a noun? Okay. Because I feel like that could go both. Okay, it's a noun. All right. I think that's fair. Because, like, in a sentence like that, it feels like that should be. But the problem... So the reason why is that I'm saying that is because the and here can be seen as joining two ideas, right? So Beatrice will, and what is she going to do? She will resurrect the dead, and then Beatrice will... No, Goose, I'm not. So if you use and as a conjunction like that, right? This is Beatrice will resurrect the dead, and then also Beatrice will even love that has been lost. So is the that has been lost like the people if we're looking at love as a verb? But no, if love is supposed to be a noun here, then that makes a little that goes back to my original thinking, which is just that these are just two conjoined ideas with an and they're not tied to what Beatrice will do, if that makes sense. I need to at least explain why I thought that. So you'll definitely be able to meet him soon. Then everyone will be able to live in peace. So the one who killed Kanon-kun is this Beatrice who supposedly gave you that letter yesterday? Where is she? Where's she hiding? I'll find her and I'll tear her apart. Tell me, you know who the culprit really is, don't you? What do you know and what are you hiding? Tell me, damn it. Milady, please stop. Beatrice exists. Also weird that they keep putting these in single quotations. It almost feels as if this can have multiple meanings, and I don't know. Maybe I'm digging too deep into that. Damn it! Let go of me, Genji-san. Maria knows who the culprit is. I mean, yeah. I mean, she's telling you. And she's hiding their identity, even though she knows. She must be telling them what we're doing, guiding them as they kill us. Jessica, be silent. Jessica grabbed at Maria. Genji tried to stop her, but Jessica could not be calmed. The next thing I heard was a sound about Nazi slapping Jessica's face. Oh, man. parental abuse in this game, it does not end. After that, only Jessica's After that, only Jessica's sorrowful sobbing voice resonated throughout the hall. Maria-chan.
僕は君が断じて犯人ではないことを知っている。
I know there's no way you're the culprit.
君はいつも僕たちと一緒にいたし、犯人なんかと通じている時間はなかった。
You've been with us since the beginning. There was no time for you to communicate with any culprit. To be fair, that didn't feel like parental abuse and more like a way to get Jessica to snap out of it. You know what? That is fair. That is actually fair. That is true. Because she is trying to get her to like snap out of it, and it's not like, oh, you're doing something annoying. It's just it's more of kind of like a get it together kind of thing, and you know, like come to your senses. So I want you to tell me something.
君に昨日手紙を渡したベアトリーチェとは誰なんだい?
This Beatrice who handed you the letter yesterday. Who was she? Also, can we read this letter that we've been waiting on? Although those words seem kind, they clearly showed that George had some remaining doubts about Maria. He didn't actually grab at her. However, he felt exactly the same way Jessica did. Aniki. I already asked her the same thing a second ago. Her answer was the same as before.
Maria-chanの口から聞きたい。
I want to hear it from Maria's mouth. Who is Beatrice? All right, and we're switching. We're switching in 3, 2, 1. Here. Oh, okay. Okay, never mind. Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe anyway.
それはどういう意味だい?
What do you mean by that?
ひょっとして僕らのよく知る人物が犯人で。
Could it be the culprit, someone we know well? Yeah, it's Beatrice.
君は何かの事情からそれをかばうために黙っているというのかい?
And you're keeping silent because you're covering for them for some reason?
君はあの手紙を誰にもらったんだい?
Who gave you that letter?
ベアトリーチェにもらったんだよ。
I got it from Beatrice.
何度だって言う。
I'll say it no matter how many times you ask.
手紙はベアトリーチェにもらった。
I got the letter from Beatrice. Okay, are we actually going to read this letter, though, is my question.
ジョージお兄ちゃんがベアトリーチェを信じないのは殴れる相手じゃないから?
George Oni-chan, do you refuse to believe in Beatrice because she's not an opponent you can hit?
ジョージお兄ちゃんはやるせない気持ちを暴力に変えて誰かにぶつけたいと思っている。
You want to turn your feelings of helplessness into violence and beat someone up.
だから殴れる相手が人間じゃなきゃ収まりがつかない。
So you won't be satisfied unless your opponent is a human you can hit.
だからそんなジョージお兄ちゃんには真実を話しても受け入れられない。
Okay, you know what? She's actually right. So even if I tell you the truth, you won't accept it.
だから言っても無駄。
So it's pointless for me to tell you.
信じない。
You won't believe.
でもマリアは何度も言うよ。
But I'll keep on saying it.
真実だから言うよ。
Because it's true.
ベアトリーチェはね、いるの。
Beatrice exists. I mean, like it just has to be. Like how many times is she just gonna taunt it in my face that like, yeah, the witch is real, Beatrice is real, this is a real thing we're about to do. It is what it is. Why are the characters fighting this so hard? I mean, I understand it in story and in character why they would, but it's like, it's frustrating me, the one who's like trying to dive into this, where it's just like my main character keeps saying, nah, this is bullshit, man. You just gotta spin the chessboard around. The door to the Golden Land will soon be open. I'll go there. I'll go there. Beatrice promised. Oh, hello. Hi. Welcome on in, everybody. Hi. Hello, Stump Gamers. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, everybody.
Hi, how are you?
Hello. Hi. Gohan FCI, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Welcome in, everybody. Thank you, Raiders. Hi, my name is Blackjack. I am a I guess we can say a friend of the Stump Gamers community, and have been on a few of their streams and whatnot. I am a just kind of like a chill, laid back, kind of like a streamer these days. I've usually stream either on weekends or a few times during the day. We are currently, in case anybody wants to know about the evil smiling child on the screen that I'm forcing you to stare at as I give my explanation. We're a little deep into UMINEKO, the first chapter. So if there, for any reason, you do not want spoilers for that game, now would be the time to unfortunately exit, but I've only seen the anime, lol. Okay, perfect. This is only like the first chapter. So it is a little, it is dark. There's like, you know, a mystery and like murder and whatnot. But if you do, it's fine for you, then go ahead and stay with us. Recently, we've just been doing a bunch of visual novels, like going back through the Zero Escape series with a few friends of mine. I do UMINEKO through the weekend, and then playing Hades 2 currently, which I'm going through, and I will be back into. Well, I'm assuming a lot of people are still seeing ads, which is possible. But thank you so much for the raid. How'd the stream go, y'all? Mass Kate, thank you so much for the follow, and Josh RD32, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Maybe because it would be as ridiculous as me telling you Sonic the Hedgehog is, yeah, that would be just as crazy. Yes. Alrighty, let's jump back in, shall we? But yes, again, we are a little deep into UMINEKO, the first chapter. So again, if for any reason, you know, this is a game that you want to play, I understand having to bow out. But if you want to stay along and maybe learn a little bit about what's going on, you can watch along with us, and I appreciate your company. All right, I'll go there. Beatrice promised.
その世界ではママも優しくてパパも一緒で優しいの。
We beat the fundraising goal for Stump Pride. Wait, what? What was the goal at this year? H-Town36, thank you so much for the follow. That's great. That's fantastic news. I had actually done my I do my yearly June 2nd where I donate to Trans Lifeline every year. 6969. Okay, I'm so proud. Thank you. That should always be the goal. And please tell me Inna is responsible for that, because that's perfect. 6969 should always be the goal. Perfect. Beautiful. What a fantastic community. Oh, that's so awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Yes, of course that is responsible. It only makes sense. It only makes sense. Of course that is responsible for it. Tre's got them fucking rights. Yep, the good old June 2nd. What a fantastic day that was. 4 years in a row since then. We've done the we have done the fundraiser. That was the day that we raised over $3,000, and we were expecting to raise 200. It was an awesome day. I love that day will always live with me in history forever. In that world, Mama is nice, Papa is with us and is also nice. I want to go there right away. Oh, wait. Okay. That's interesting what you just said. Everyone is afraid of Beatrice. But that's only natural. So calm yourself. Beatrice said so herself. By the time the typhoon is past, I'll have ended everything, she said. Oh boy. Oh wow, that sounds wonderful. I'll stop interrupting and let the game be played. No worries. If anybody is the master of derailing, it is me. So no, I like it when people chat. So it's nice. It makes me feel like, oh hey, audience interacts a little bit. So yeah, never feel like, oh, you can't chat or anything like that. That's fine. Maria, I don't mind you being talkative, but let's leave it at that for now. I'll bet this is all a pretty happy situation for you, since you're always going on about how witches exist, but keep that to yourself for now. Don't try to force that on other people. You know, I'm just gonna say it, Jessica. Very, very mild reaction to the girl who's been going around with sealed envelopes, can read Hebrew at like 9 years old and understand that the Hebrew text, for a family that's from Japan. I think that's kind of an understatement, Jessica, not gonna lie. I know I've been creeped out by this girl for a while now. But there really is something wrong with her. And can quote the Bible. Yeah, like, can quote the Bible. Just knows, like, exact chapter, exact verse, exact book. Don't you think so too, Battler Genji-san? Kumasawa-san? What about you, Mom? Maria knows who the culprit is and she's hiding it. Okay, maybe she hasn't done anything directly, but she's definitely working with the criminal. That's right, she's a spy. We can't let her stay with us any longer. Oh, it's that darn laugh.
Maria-chan.
Maria-chan. You must realize there are times when indiscreet discussion is best avoided. If you keep adding oil to the fire, even I will get very angry. Ooh. She'll become like Psyduck. She'll use the migraine, the energy of her migraine, and use psychic abilities on you. Then who's the real witch, Maria? Aunt Nazi glared at Mario with frightening eyes. Mario was used to Aunt Rosa's loud style of scolding, but she apparently hadn't built up a resistance to Aunt Nazi's quiet sort of scolding. She shrugged and kept her mouth shut. A desolate feeling filled the room. It felt as though things would just get more complicated if anyone spoke. How many people have already died? What a sentence. 6 people in Dad's group. Yeah, so what are we at? What's the count at? 11? After that, both Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi, Kanan-kun grandfather, that's 9. There were a whole 18 people on this island, supposedly, and 10... Oh, not 11, it is 10, that's right. And 10 of those people have been killed. That's more than half of us. And that's more than The Last of Us. And right now, there's absolutely no proof that the remaining 8 people will be safe. At any rate, this is no time to quarrel. Now that we are certain the culprit can enter and leave the mansion at will and strike out of nowhere, I voted to fenestrate the child. I still think possibly witch. Possibly. I mean, like, it's just... The only thing that is stopping me from believing that is that she keeps saying that she can see the witch and that everybody else can see the witch too. I know that text block is covering it, but does she have a weapon? That is a rifle. Yes, she does. Yes, she does have a weapon.
身を守ることだけに専念しなくてはなりません。
We must give our undivided attention to surviving until tomorrow. Don't worry, it has not been used.
夏日おばさんに極めて同感だぜ。
I agree strongly with Aunt Nazi.
犯人探しは今夜ゆっくりできるさ。
We can figure out who the culprit is at our leisure tomorrow.
今はどこで籠城するかを考えた方がいい。
For now, though, we're better off finding a place to barricade ourselves in. As I said this, I pointed to the clock pointed out the clock to everyone. It's 7, or was it 8? It's 8. Oh, okay, it was already 8 at night. Okay, so it moved from 7 and now it's 8. We've been receiving shocks over and over again since the early morning, and our bodies and minds were both completely tired out. There's still a long, long time until tomorrow. I think y'all have a long night ahead of you, too. We needed to find some place to barricade ourselves in so we could rest our bodies and get even the smallest amount of relief. I agree. Everyone is already pushing their mental and physical limits, myself included. I would believe it would be wise to take that into account as we move forward. That's right. Not to put her on blast, but Nazi looks like she's using those clip-on ponytails. It's, you know what it is? Is it Cyros? Kairos? It's that the ponytail portion is a different color, which threw me off too. Because it does look like that. It just kind of looks like her actual hair in front, and then just like a clip-on of like a different colored like hair styled in a ponytail. Yeah, no, it does look like that. That's right. It's a high probability that the enemy has got the equivalent of a master key.
Shannon や Canon 君、ゴーダさんはマスターキーを持ってましたか?
Where Shannon, right the first time with pronunciation? Okay. So it's Kiros then. So it's like you're saying Kira, but it's Kiros. Got it. Were Shannon, Kanon-kun, and Goda-san holding master keys? Master keys? Yes. They were supposed to have them on their person during work.
現場をいじらない方がいいってんで、そこまでは調べなかった方が、誰かの鍵が奪われている可能性は否定できねえな。
We didn't want to disturb the scene, so we didn't investigate that closely. We can't eliminate the possibility that someone stole a key from them.
そもそも犯人はバラ庭園倉庫のシャッターを開けるために一度使用人室を訪れている可能性があります。
In the first place, we know the culprit may have visited the servant room at some point to unlock the garden shed shutter.
そこでマスターキーをすでに入手していると考えて間違いないでしょう。
It's conceivable that they obtained a master key from there early on. There were many servants serving the Ushiromiya family. Because of that, there were several master keys. Furthermore, every time one employee started or finished working, the keys were passed between servants. And we had to acknowledge that this had probably gotten a bit sloppy at times in the past. Well, I mean, I don't think the past matters right now.
仮に殺された使用人の誰かのポケットから鍵束を拝借したとして。
Even if they borrowed a bundle of keys from the pockets of one of the murdered servants, is there any safe place that these keys, that even those keys couldn't open? No? That's what I figured. Yeah. Because of the nature of our job, we've been entrusted with keys to all of the rooms. Man, I'm so sad. Like, Chio was like so cheery and laughing and like made a joke all the time, and now she's just serious and saddened. All of them in the mansion and in the guest house. In other words, no matter where we hole up and lock ourselves in, it'd just be pointless, yeah. Fine, who cares about locking up? If you're gonna come, bring it on, damn it. I'll beat you at your own game.
敵は正面から来ないよ。
The enemy won't approach us from the front.
最初の6人はともかく、母さんたちやカノン君。
I don't know about the first 6, but if we look at what happened to my parents and Kanon-kun.
そしておじい様の霊を見る限り、敵は孤立した人間だけを狙ってる。
And even grandfather, the enemy has only gone after isolated people.
一部屋に固まっている僕たちのところへ堂々と乗り込んで来られるほどの力はないんだよ。
They don't have the power to assault all of us openly in a secure room. I mean, we don't know that.
そうだな。
That's right. I mean, he is correct in terms of a trend, but I mean, we don't exactly know that, right? Because we still don't actually, you know what? He's kind of wrong here. Right? The enemy won't approach us from the front. I don't know about the, oh, never mind. He does bring up the first 6. I'm sorry. I misread. That's right.
兄貴の言う通りだ。
It's just like Aniki says.
ひょっとすると、おばさんのライフル銃が抑止効果として成立してるのかもしれないぜ。
And maybe Aunt Nazi's rifle can serve as a deterrent to stop them from attacking.
なら良いのですが。
I hope that's so, but do we have a deterrent for Maria?
マリア、言いたいことがあるんだろうが、そいつは飲み込んでしばらく黙ってろ。
I don't know if that's a good idea. Maria, I know you want to say something, but keep it to yourself and stay quiet for a while. Maria probably wanted to say something about witches weren't afraid of things like guns. Simple solution, put a charm on one door and have everyone sleep in that room. I mean, so far, that is the only thing that has worked out, so, I mean, not the craziest idea. Maria probably wanted to say something like about how witches weren't afraid of things like guns, which would be accurate. But if she were to say it out loud, the atmosphere here would start to get pretty edgy. But she'd be right, though. I had noticed and decided to put a stop to it.
よろしいでしょうか。
If I may.
一箇所だけ。使用人の鍵束でも入れない場所。
I do know of just one place that cannot be entered, even with the servant key rings. Alright, Genji, before you say that, I'm going to get a little water here. Give me one moment. Ow. Okay. All right. Okay. So for context, how long have they been here and how quickly did the deaths happen after each other? Okay. So there are 18 people on this island is the big thing that you need to know, right? It's a rich family. They're all, I guess that's important too. They're isolated on a private island pretty much, right? 18 people there. They're all here for a whole family thing. It has been 2 days. Day 1, nobody died. Nothing happened. Day 2, we wake up. We find 6 bodies in basically what is like a shed. An area where it's like just a bunch of like tools and gardening stuff is in. 6 people dead in there. We jump forward maybe 12 hours later, and then we get another death. It's the death of 2 people. Then we get the death of 1 more person, and it's the only time that as the reader or the viewer that we actually get any sort of magical, oh hey, a witch actually like showed up and did something, right? So there was like a butterfly effect that happened, and even the servant called out. The person who was killed was called out and said like, I know like you're there and like you're the witch, and then witch impaled him. Then the 10th person who died was missing, and we don't know when exactly they were killed. But he was thrown into a furnace, and that's how they died. So yeah, thus far it's been a killing rampage. 10 deaths all one day so far. 10. So yes, they've only been on this island for 2 days. Where is that? That would be the master's study. I'm against this. I don't want to even think about going into grandfather's creepy room. How many keys can gain access to that room? Probably 1. Alright, never mind, there's 2. Okay. Well, here's an out. I always have 1 on my person. The other was held by the master himself. But just now, I found this on the corpse in the boiler room. Genji-san took a handkerchief out of his pocket and opened it, showing us the burnt and filthy study key. Then he showed it alongside his own key, which he had once lent to Natsuhi. Normally, it would have been proper to leave the master key for the police. But because of the master's orders to protect the safety of the study, I borrowed it for the time being. Okay. I see. So he... Okay. Okay. Curious, that's really funny because that's the exact same thing that we said earlier about him. It's just like, uh-oh, the glass is fogged up and they're round. Oh no, all he has to do is like flip his hair back and suddenly he's evil. Everyone is dealing with all of this, all of that surprisingly well. Well, at the time of death, things were a little bit more heated. I see, which means that Kinzo-san's study is the only place where we can be safe. It would appear that way. I don't even want to think about being shut up in that strange room all night. But it appears we must acknowledge that his room is safer than anywhere else right now. Even though grandfather locked himself up in that safe room, the culprit brought him out and killed him. We can't be certain that it's truly safe. According to your theory, grandfather cleverly found a way around that receipt trick and left the room of his own free will. We did have migraine MILF almost shoot someone, lol, so the vibes aren't all that good. Oh yeah, I guess to also give some context here, Kyros, there's a whole family. So the reason why everybody's gathered here is that there is a family, they're all rich, and the grandfather is about to die. He was supposed to die sometime last year and then didn't. But they're like, oh, but he's kicking the bucket soon, so who's about to get all this money? And that's kind of the premise of like why this whole thing is going on right now, because there's essentially 20 billion yen on the line. Kind of a crazy thing. So that's where like a lot of the tension and then like, you know, like the infighting has been a thing. If so, the room might be a good place to barricade ourselves in after all. You're too optimistic, Aniki. However, at the same time, I thought he brought up a pretty interesting point. After all, this gives us a chance to question the enemy, the witch herself, about how the sealed door had been opened. Oh, yes. Also, we're in 1986. 20 billion yen in the 1980s when the yen was super valued. That is correct. In which 20 billion yen is it's not something to, just bat an eye at. If we assume the culprit used some technique to kidnap grandfather from his study, they'd have to show us the same trick if they wanted to assault us in the study. And that gives us a chance to make the culprit prove how they did it right before our eyes. 20 billion yen, that's like one house rent now. If she's really a witch, we'll be forcing her to use her little magic trick to open the door right in front of us. But that's probably impossible. If you spin the chessboard around, it's his favorite phrase to say, it's obvious the culprit is acting in a way that will make us think they're a witch. If she really is a witch, all she's got to do is appear in front of us and wow us with a colorful display of magic. Since she's avoided doing that, everything must be the work of a fake witch who wants us to think she's real. Ooh, theory. Okay. Grandfather made a deal with some sort of witch. Actually, yes. we can stop there. Actually, yes. so actually, yeah. That's the grandfather has wanted without explaining the entire plot to you. You're kind of actually explaining what just happened. My grandfather made some sort of deal, some sort of witch for an entity for some time. That's so funny. It's literally the first scene. It's not a joke. That's why I started laughing. It's quite literally how the whole thing opens. Oh, that is fantastic. Holy cow, that's amazing. Just like without me completely explaining it, the theory is actually what happened. That's incredible. Well done. If this is genuinely your first time ever seeing that was incredible. And now the supernatural being has some form of power to choose who would be worthy or something. Yeah, you've actually, yeah. You, in just guessing, have done a better job of me. You that is incredible. You've spark notes this better than I have. And you had no idea what was going on. Therefore, genuinely the first time, are you serious? Holy cow. Yeah, no, dead serious. That is, you have just given the premise of what of the visual novel and how this whole thing got set up. Yep. That is incredible. That is amazing. Therefore, a culprit who used a technique other than magic to defeat the closed room couldn't open the door before her eyes. Yeah, there's actually, I'll show you real quick. There's actually a whole. So there's an epitaph because the grandfather's obsessed with this witch. So there's actually a whole epitaph and then like a witch's letter that was given to us about like what actions will take place. And yes, basically what's happening is that, yes, there it is. They're pretty much just going down the list of like, here's what is happening. I'm choosing 6 people to kill. Here's who's gonna remain. Here's how I'm gonna kill the next person. Here's how I'm gonna kill the next person. Here's how I'm gonna kill the next one. Yeah, literally, congratulations, you did it. Therefore, a culprit who used a technique other than magic to defeat the closed room couldn't open the door before our eyes. Is grandfather's room big enough to stuff 8 people in? Yes. There is a bed, a sofa, and blankets. So while it is not luxurious, it will be more than suitable for spending the night. There is also a sink, a bathroom, a refrigerator, and a liquor cabinet. I would actually be very curious what is... I mean, I imagine it's just his usual stuff, but I'm curious what would be in the cabinet.
Phew.
Whoa.
そいつはすげえぜ。
That's incredible.
しかし、おかしなもんだな。
But isn't that weird? Okay. What did you find weird about that? I'm curious.
自分の家の中にさらに自分の家を作ったってのか?
I mean, you know, rich people do stuff like this. You're saying he built another house inside his house? I think I won, I guess? Rich people wondering if there would be enough room in a head of family study.
島を丸ごと買って自分の夢をすべて実現しきったじい様の最後の家にしちゃ
That's pretty cramped for the last house of someone like our grandfather who bought a whole island and realized all of his dreams.
そうですね。
That's right.
いつの頃からか、お父様にとっては屋敷内ですら心を許せる場所ではなくなってしまったのでしょう。
After some point in time, Father probably couldn't feel at peace in any other place, even inside the mansion.
そこに引きこもっていたのを私たちは嘲笑い、そして今度は私たちがそこに立てこもろうってわけだ。
We always sneered about how he shut himself up in there, and this time we're the ones who were going to shut up. We're going to shut ourselves up. Yes, one more detail. Oh yeah, and I guess this is important too. We are on a private island. And so you're probably the natural next thought should then be like, okay, well then why aren't you leaving? There's a typhoon and there's no boat. So we're stuck. And essentially waiting for help or somebody to arrive. And this time, we're the ones who are going to shut up. Jessica spat the words out.
ジェシカちゃんは立てこもるより犯人を探しに行きたいという感じだね。
Jessica-chan, it sounds like you'd rather go search for the culprit than stay shut up somewhere.
もちろん、こっちから探しに行って見つけられるなんて思っちゃいないぜ。
Of course, I don't think we'll be able to find them if we just start searching on our own.
結局は待つしかない。
In the end, we can't do anything but wait.
ならどこで待ったって同じだろ。逃げも隠れもしない。
Oh, I was like, what? What was going on with that line? Then it doesn't matter where we wait, does it?
客までテレビでも見ながらのんびり現れるのを待とうじゃねえかよ。ベアトリーチェ様をよ。
Yeah, there's... Okay, something happened here because I heard her say something about a television and Beatrice. I'm not going to run away or hide. Why don't we just take it easy in the parlor watching TV, okay, or something while we wait for this Beatrice-sama to appear. It's perfectly fine if she doesn't appear. Okay, so I imagine one of the children are going to die next then, right? There's no need for us to be the ones who expose the culprit. Well said. We shouldn't take needless risk before the police arrive. Thank you, Dr. Nanjo. I think we should move to Father's study. True, we have no proof that it's safe since Father was taken out of there. However, I can't deny the possibility that as Battler Kun reasoned, Grandfather left the study of his own accord and was attacked outside. A while back, I proposed, say her name and she appears, I believe in Beatrice. I believe in Beatrice. I can't believe this game is trying to make us fear someone called Beatrice. Wild, right? If you're also wondering, why is everybody's last name Ushiramiya, but yet they have, like, English names, Western names? The grandfather was obsessed with Western culture. And thus, kids and everybody adopted Western names. So that's why, if that seemed off, that's why. A while back, I proposed a strange theory as a stopgap measure. But just as Aneva said, even though that trick would be possible, I couldn't explain what motive could have made grandfather sneak out of his own study in such a troublesome way. Westaboo, yes. I wish it was just specifically America, but it's not, because then I can say an Ameriboo. Ah, thank you. I thought about it, but thanks. You got it. Plus, grandfather couldn't even have used that trick unless he knew that the receipt was wedged in the door. Aneva had pointed out that last part, but it's clear how absurd the theory was. So does that mean the sealed door formed a closed room, just as Aunt Ava claimed? The grandfather's obsession with the West is because the protagonist's name is Battler. Yeah, it's just fucking Battler is his name. Yeah, so like the people in the family, it's like Ava, Rudolph, Kraus, who else? Jessica, George, Battler's up there. And then that's why like Ava's husband is like I forgot what his first name is, but his last name's Hideyoshi, but like his first name is like actually Japanese. Is it an undeniable fact that Aunt Nazi was the culprit? If Aunt Ava were here now, she'd probably make that claim openly and blow my strange theory away. Rudolph and Battler is wild, yes. Most are perfectly normal Western names. Yeah, and then you just have Battler. But anyway, I had to admit that a room with both a bed and a toilet that all 8 people could be shut up in, and with only 2 keys, both of which were gathered here, had to be the safest place in the mansion right now. And yet it's not. And at the very least, I figured this would be better than just staying shut up in the parlor and hoping nothing would go wrong. But wait, have we been safe only because we've been shut up in the parlor? What if leaving that room and moving to an unexplored location is actually more dangerous? It's useless. It's all useless. My flimsy head is about to break into a fever. If I keep spinning the chessboard around, right and wrong will keep switching places over and over. I won't be able to believe anything. If you're wondering why he keeps talking about spinning the chessboard, before his stepmother passed away, they had a conversation about like, well, here's how you think of things. Just, instead of looking at it from the perspective of like what you're seeing on the chessboard, put yourself in your opponent's position and spin the chessboard around, and then you'll start to understand. And that's kind of been his gimmick. When it seems like the culprit is one of the 18, I want to believe in Beatrice. And once I start believing in Beatrice, I start wanting to find the culprit amid the 18. If that keeps spinning around forever in the end, my thoughts won't have taken one step from where they started. How far back in the past was it that Kyrie-san taught me about the chessboard thinking? It might have literally been 24 hours, probably on the dot. The concept of examining the situation by spinning it around and thinking from the enemy's side. I seem to remember being so interested by it back then. I used it to guide all my thinking. Literally, you have. By the way, Kyrie-san was Dad's co-worker back then. I never dreamed that she'd someday be added to our family, and then subtracted. Didn't Kyrie-san tell me something once? I get the feeling she said I get the feeling she once said that while the chessboard thinking was one way to look at things, it certainly wasn't all powerful. And it wouldn't be good to rely on it too much. Oh, now you remember this. Chessboard thinking is my own interpretation of something called game theory, which I don't make the reference, which I read about in a book long ago. It's a very interesting subject, so you should tackle it yourself when you get into college, Battler-kun. I really want to try it. Okay. I really want to try it.
それを勉強してチェス盤思考をもっと鍛えたらどんな相手の手の内も読めるみたいで楽しいじゃないですか。
If I could study and perfect my chessboard thinking, it'd be fun to be able to read into any opponent's moves, wouldn't it? Don't make the reference. Don't make the reference.
でもね、盲信しちゃダメよ。
But you can't believe in it blindly.
ゲーム理論は非常に奥深く複雑な学問なの。
Game theory is a very deep and complicated
チ
subject.
ェス盤思考はその上辺だけを私なりに解釈した考え方に過ぎない。
Chessboard thinking is just my interpretation that skims the surface of game theory.
バトラ君が想像するほどに相手の手の内を読み切るには相当の勉強が必要よ。
In order to thoroughly read your opponent's moves like you're imagining, you need to study your
し
opponent.
かもチェス盤理論は応用の利く便利なものではあっても完璧ではない。
Additionally, while chessboard theory is convenient and practical, it isn't perfect.
便利ではあっても弱点が多い。
It has many weak points despite its convenience.
弱点
Weak points?
ええ。
Yeah.
チェス盤思考の基礎はゲーム理論。
Chessboard thinking is founded upon game
ゲ
theory.
ーム理論は突き詰めると数学に行き着くの。
When you thoroughly investigate game theory, it boils down to
数
math.
学の弱点は何か知ってる？
Do you know what the weak point of math is? Oh no. Oh no.
ノイズよ。
It's noise? Alright, Kiri, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not following here. In math, when you write 1 + 1 = 2, that's yeah? That process will always result in 1 + 1 = 2, no matter how many billions of years pass. Nothing more, nothing less. Are we about to get into impossible numbers? Not impossible numbers. Imaginary numbers. That's the word I'm looking for. People who are bad at math. That's because there's absolutely no noise mixed in. Okay, so are we just doing algebra and this is variables? But for example, unlike math, the Japanese language has noise mixed in. I'm not following. Kanji are a good example. Oh, okay. Old kanji and new kanji are slightly different. Okay, I see what they're getting at. Which represents an introduction of noise created by the changes between time periods. Isn't history the same? There are dozens of policies that seem foolish in the modern era, but were meaningful at some point in the past. That's why you continue to progress in policy, and you don't. Your justification for why you do something shouldn't be like, well, we've always done it this way, because no, we haven't. We've always changed. At some point, you change and you adapt, and you realize that change is meaningful to progress society and also to protect rights of people. Because the rules of chess are fixed, when a pair of experts are discussing one particular layout, it's possible they could reach the same conclusions whether they're from 100 years in the past or 100 years in the future. However, if the rules of chess had gone through massive changes over time, this music is a banger. It's possible that a discussion about the same layout would have changed as well.
その通り。
That's right.
人の世の事象は本来ノイズだらけなのよ。
Even in the world of humans, events in the world of humans are normally full of noise.
人の感情だってそうでしょ？
Aren't human emotions that way?
全く同じことが起こったからといって、人は必ず決められた反応を示すとは限らない。
Even if the exact same thing occurs more than once, there's no guarantee that humans will always act in a predictable fashion. That is correct.
それを数学の理論で当てはめ、相手の行動を読もうとする時点で、
The moment we try to use a math-based theory to predict someone's actions, yeah, it's like you can base things off of, tendencies, yes, but it's not a guarantee. So I think sometimes when people are like, I'll take those odds, they kind of forget when they're like, but I don't understand. I had like it was just a 98% chance that I would have won. Like how could I lose? And it's like, that's how odds work. There's still the chance that you lose.
すでに理論には弱点と限界があることを知らなければならない。
We must be aware that our theory has built-in weaknesses and
手っ
limits.
取り早く言うと、チェス盤思考はノイズや気まぐれ、そして誤解、 認識ミスに非常に弱いの。
Simply put, chessboard thinking is extremely weak against noise and fickleness, as well as mistakes or incorrect knowledge. That's right. Kirie-san definitely said that. Chess had always been a game where both sides play by the same rules and fight with the same conditions for victory. That's why it's possible for both sides to predict the other's moves. When is Math 2.0 dropping? It's not. You can get... You know what? Okay, fine. I've been taunting with this imaginary numbers thing for a while. So you know how they're discussing like 1 + 1 = 2, right? Yeah, I'm a complete noob at chess. It can beat a chess master. Like, yeah, just simply because they can't predict them. I mean, I think it might be a little different in that case because like a master of chess should be able to understand certain moves and stuff. But if I mean, like, let's say maybe the person who's like a noob at chess, I mean, there's a possibility that that can happen. It's probable that it could, because maybe the noob just kind of picks up on something, or the way that they're thinking is different. But like, there is kind of like there like chess kind of is a math problem in ways, just not quite as exact. Like there should be a point where, you know, depending on how you open or what moves you make, you can mathematically figure out, okay, what moves you should make, like what moves should happen next and whatnot. But is it possible that a noob could do it? Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Totally possible it could happen. Because sometimes you're kind of depending on tendency to think, okay, what is my opponent going to do? There's a very funny chess match that happened where something like that kind of happened, where the way that the person opened actually lost in the match within 3 moves. 3 moves, it was over, just because of how they opened it. But yes, okay, last part of the derail, I promise. Imaginary numbers. So let's say you have 1 + 1. I'm saying it. Let's say that you have 1 + 1. 1 + 1 = 2, right? Well, math equations work that way. So it's supposed to always like result in something, correct? So what happens, like, for instance, where you have like square roots, right? So if you sit there and you do like, okay, what's 2 to the 2nd power? Well, that's 2 × 2, which equals 4. What's the square root of 4? The square root of 4 is 2. All right. How do negative numbers work when you multiply them? If you multiply a negative and a negative, you get a positive. So if you were to do something like, what's -2 times -2, you get 4. You get positive 4, right? So then what happens if you do something like, okay, well then what's the square root of -1? That should be impossible, because you can't multiply something to get negative something. It's not a thing. That's how imaginary numbers come into play. And it becomes like, I believe it's like, it's 1i or -1i is what it is, to represent that's an imaginary number. So that this way you can all of a sudden get the square root of -1. Because technically that number shouldn't exist. So now it's an imaginary number. It's a whole thing. I can go all day about it. That's why it's possible for both sides to predict the other's moves. It's possible to read your opponent because you can always suppose they'll make the best moves they can find. But what if your opponent is fickle or a bit tired and makes a move that can hardly be called the best? Or what if this game actually has a special rule? Some unknown thing that only the enemy knows about and can use? In fact, what if the opponent actually has some goal other than victory? Think from your enemy's perspective. That's the basis of chessboard thinking, which means if you misread your enemy, the answer you draw from this process will be complete rubbish, useless. So far, I've used chessboard theory to guess several vague bits of information about the culprit behind this case, or so I think. Therefore, I am. However, I don't know anything about the culprit. Am I just playing around in a labyrinth of thought? Yes. If Kyrie-san were here at a time like this, she'd probably be able to notice something with her much, much sharper thinking ability. Until the very last moment, Jessica resisted moving into grandfather's study. But in the end, Aunt Natsu persisted and we decided to move there. Everyone was completely wrapped in paranoia by now. Kumasawa-san had prepared dinner at one point, but during the time we were discovering the deaths of George Aniki's parents, both the kitchen and the parlor had been left empty. Someone suggested that the food might have been poisoned while we were gone. Because of that, we were unable to even touch the food that Kumasawa-san had taken the trouble to make us. Alright, did you have to set it in red? The manner in which the first 6 were killed was still unknown, but it certainly could have been poisoned. Oh, you know what? Fair. That's fair. That's fair. Certainly that would allow even a single person to carry out the murder of 6 large adults. Furthermore, this idea made it easy to imagine there being only a single culprit, one who'd be afraid of Aunt Natsu's rifle. So we're just not eating anymore now. Okay. And this was very good for our emotional stability. But the fatigue and hunger were even harsher than we imagined. Then Kumasawa-san made a proposal and we all went together to the kitchen. There, we gathered some canned food and other things that would be hard to poison to take in with us. All of Kumasawa-san's efforts to reward us with just a little dinner on this savage day regrettably came to nothing. The food piled up on the serving cart looked just a little sad. We all started climbing the stairs. Aunt Natsu, who was in the lead, warily stared into the darkness with both eyes in the barrel of the gun. Once we dragged ourselves up to the third floor, just as Aunt Natsu had warned us beforehand, there was a mixture of a chemical smell and a sickly sweet aroma, a stench hanging in the air that felt like it was eating into our heads. I see. This kind of stench probably would give you a headache if you were shut in with it for the whole night. I know it's a little late, but I'm with Jessica. I vote against going into grandfather's study. Uh-oh, here we go. It felt like the stench was floating out from this magnificent door. It was the door to the forbidden study, which should defend against any who enter. Well, Genji-san unlocked the door. Oh, well, actually, wait a minute. This would actually be the worst place to be in, right? Because then you're literally creating a locked door mystery again. Oh, I didn't think about that. Yeah, because everything has been like, oh man, it's gonna be such a great idea if we like just locked ourselves in here, right? And we're good. And anytime it's been a locked door, that's how a death happens. Why did I not think of that? Oh yeah, someone is absolutely dying in there. When Genji-san unlocked the door, Maria stared at the door and the doorknob with great interest. Oh. Incredible door. It looks old and strict. It looks old and strict and like it'd stop any jokes cold. A perfect door for grandfather's study. The power to ward off spiritual menaces is strong here. Beatrice probably couldn't open this door. What? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. No, don't, no. Oh? What does that mean? Maria pointed at the doorknob. A scorpion Oh, okay. Well, I guess this would prove whether or not that's true or not. No, a design like a magic circle around a scorpion was inscribed there. Oh, this came into play again. Okay. Actually, I had enough of my shit today that you just ignore that. I'm sorry. I just focused. Let's hope someone has some red bean bread and milk ready for them once they're done not eating. I'm missing something there. I don't know what it is. Scorpion. Oh, yeah. I read that. That design. That's right. Danganronpa. Oh! Yep, never mind. I got it. My bad. Yep, I got it. Never mind. I'm good. Got it. I needed to know where it was from. There we go. That design. That's right. Isn't it just like those keychain charms Maria gave Jessica and me yesterday? That's. Yeah. That's. It finally made sense to me. I couldn't put together why I should know that, and there it is. The fifth magic circle of Mars is a strong ward against magic. The fifth magic circle of Mars is a strong ward against magic. Additionally, this magic circle was very diligently constructed and is full of power. Such a magic circle can be quite troublesome beings of magic like Beatrice. Isn't that comforting? Are you saying we can escape even Beatrice's clutches in this room? Our little witch here sure is reliable. Then how did Beatrice get grandfather out? Just as Battler reasoned. Beatrice can't go inside. However, she is both magic and familiars. Using them, she might have been able to get grandfather to leave the study of his own accord. Oh, I've read about that in manga. I've seen a bunch of scenes where vampires were frightened of crosses, so they wouldn't get close. But their familiars were just fine, so they made their familiars attack. The scorpion keychain charms I gave you yesterday also had the fifth magic circle of Mars on them. The power dwelling within them was weak, but they should be enough to protect you until we leave the island. Although it sounds like you've lost yours, right? I mean, he's like, LOL, Lamayo, I actually had it this whole time. Scorpion keychain charms, yeah, you should have one. Yeah, the charm I gave you yesterday was something I got from Maria. I heard it would repel magic if you put it on your doorknob. At the time, I thought maybe it'd be better if you had it. Is that so? I thought it was an odd thing for you to be carrying around. So yeah, Natsuhi should be dead. But she's not, because the scorpion charm protected her. Natsuhi put that on her doorknob? Yeah. Last night, after hearing about it from Jessica, I hung it from the doorknob on the inside of my door. Then, Natsuhi, you're really fortunate. If you did that, Beatrice probably couldn't even lay a finger on you yesterday. From the looks of it, she was. I think Beatrice must have been really annoyed. Beatrice annoyed? By the way, fun coincidence, Natsuhi has brown hair and a ponytail. She is the same voice actress as Sailor Jupiter. That's exactly what I thought when I looked at her. So that's actually really funny that their voice actress is the same. Couldn't lay one finger. Natsu thought back to that eerie scribble she had seen that morning, as though someone who had been tearing at the outside of her door with blood-soaked hands and gasped in surprise. Could it be that this witch who called herself Beatrice tried to enter through that door to Natsu's own room? Which, yeah, that also makes me wonder, why doesn't Natsuhi think as much that, like, But the magic repelling charm had been hanging from the inside, so she couldn't break through the door. So she was annoyed. So she scratched at it? Quit it, don't talk about that. Witches don't exist. The culprit does. And they're human just like us. Oh, if you need proof, why don't we dice her up and see if her blood's red? Okay. Jessica's having a rough time. How could you do that to Kanon-kun? Genji unlocked the door. 8 people entered Kinzo's study. Grandfather's study. I'd heard rumors about it beforehand, so I wasn't that shocked. He'd done nothing more than fortify it thoroughly with his occult hobbies. If Grandfather's hobby had been chasing after pop idols, these walls might be buried beneath idol posters. Even if I didn't understand it, I did realize that this room was a bundle of all his pastimes. Even so, I couldn't help but be remain dumbfounded by the smell of his creepy medicine and the sweet stench that seemed to melt my head. Okay, that's to represent the door closing. I was very confused about why it did a black fade out like that. When the door was closed, it automatically made a clunk. I see. This is the auto lock that's activated whenever the doors close. And there were only 2 keys that... Ooh, Teef did something weird. There were only 2 keys that could open this door from the outside, both of which were in this room. In other words, it had become a closed room. Okay, cool. We've mentioned it. The shutter, the receipt, the chain, and now the auto lock. This 4th door had the most magnificent lock yet. This was doubtlessly a closed room. But what about the windows? Just to make absolutely sure that the room was secured, we checked all over for ways in or out. The window was tightly locked, okay? That should have been enough, but just in case, we tried knocking all over the walls. After all, we had talked about there being a hidden door in this room, but we couldn't find anything suspicious. Grandfather's study was very large. Even though we called it a study, it wasn't really a single room. It could be divided up into 4 basic sections. A study section, a bedroom section, a toilet bathroom section, and a section for cooking that had a sink. I see. The study really does have enough in it to live in. Now I see how Grandfather could live his whole life in this room without ever leaving. It seemed Grandfather wasn't in the habit of watching TV because there was no television or even a radio in this room. We can't do anything except pass the time listening to the sound of the rain until tomorrow morning. Dr. Nanjo looked closely at the chessboard that sat on the table in front of the sofa and muttered. It was apparently the partly finished chess match he had been playing with Grandfather until yesterday. The black had the white pretty well cornered, and it looked like the checkmate would be reached within a few moves. The last part of the endgame. Even though checkmate had almost been reached, the endgame had been rushed, and the end was never completed. It seems we weren't able to see this match through after all. And then you get resurrected, and then you get to finally finish that match. Dr. Nanjo. I was Kinzo-san's friend for a long time, but I never knew about more than half of him. I believe two Kinzos exist. Oh no, don't you start that. Don't you start this. I believe two Kinzos existed, a wise one and one trapped by some madness. I never understood anything about him.
特にベアトリーチェ様のことになると人が変わったようでしたっけね。
Okay, that is true. He definitely did have two personalities. Like when he's calm and he's like had a little bit to drink, he's like okay. And then when he has not had anything to drink, he's just a madman. Inside are your two wolves and two Kinzos. In the direction of Kumasawa-san's upper gaze, a portrait of Beatrice could be seen. It wasn't massive like the one hanging in the entrance hall, but small, made for this room. Grandfather probably spent every day in this room and so much of his time talking to the witch in that portrait. Who was Beatrice to grandfather in the first place? Right now, you couldn't just explain it away by saying it was a story made by parents to frighten children away from wandering into the forest. While eating the canned food we brought from the kitchen, we talked together about who Beatrice was. Whether the culprit was Beatrice herself or someone pretending to be her, whether they were a witch or a human, that was beside the point. The woman in this portrait was strongly related to the roots and background of this case. You couldn't talk about this case without talking about her. That's right.
母さん、エヴァおばさんたちの部屋で犯人の手紙を拾ったんでしょ?
Mom, you picked up the culprit's letter in Aunt Ava's room, right? Yes.
まだ開けていませんでしたね。
I still haven't opened it.
開けてみましょう。
Let's give it a try. Oh, jeez, I forgot all about the letter because we've just been like sidetracked this whole time. Like just constantly like we're finally getting to this. They finally made me forget about it. Aunt Natsuki took out that Western envelope. Genji-san pulled a paper knife out of the drawer in the study desk and handed it to her. While watching her open it, George Aniki grimaced slightly. After all, it was a letter left at the site where his parents had been murdered. There was a good chance its contents would say something unbearable to Aniki. Aunt Natsuki seemed to realize that, so she glanced over the contents first without reading it aloud. We were a little frightened that she might grimace after reading something shocking, but she just frowned unhappily. What does it say?
不愉快な一文があります。
There is one unpleasant sentence.
私たちを挑発するつもりなのでしょう。
It must be trying to provoke us. Natsuki, after deciding that the contents should be shown to the children, set it openly on the table. Everyone stared at it, and at the same time, praise my name. Okay, this is going kinda out of order, right? Because on the third... Okay. So this happened. We don't know if this happened. Huh. Don't think about it too hard. Just don't think about it too hard. Praise my name. Oh. Oh? Oh, it added the that's just all it says. It says praise my name, when no one is around you. Say, why are you playing games? Say my name, praise my name, praise my name. What the hell? It's annoying.
And
the Twilight sequels look crazy. It's probably because it's probably Beatrice declaring herself the victor. Damn it. What do you mean? No. I bet you were hoping another weird magic circle would show up. No.
魔法陣ではなかったけどね。
It wasn't a magic circle,
想像は裏切られなかったよ。
but my expectations haven't been betrayed.
どういう意味でしょう。
What could it mean?
自分の存在を誇示したいのでしょうか。
I wonder if she wants to tout her own existence.
そう考えるのが妥当でしょう。
That seems reasonable.
この手紙で初めて私たちは昨夜の手紙の主が犯人であると理解できる。
With this letter, we now know that the author of last night's letter is the
こ
culprit.
こに書かれている内容よりも昨夜と同じ封筒でというところに
I
意
think
味
the
があるも
identical
のと思いま
envelope
す。
is more significant than what is written here.
封筒も風浪も間違いなく親方様が使われていたものです。
Yeah, that's also the other part here. That's kind of trippy. This is the type of envelope and sealing wax that the master used.
おお、
Oh,
もう私には何が何だか分かりませんよ。
I don't know what's going on anymore.
こんなことは後ろ宮のお家にお仕えして以来初めてのことです。
This is the first time I've seen anything like this since I've started working for the Ushiromiya family.
昨日の手紙の言う通りならベアトリーチェは自称じい様の最古の腹心だ。
Going by last night's letter, Beatrice is claiming to be grandfather's oldest confidant.
じい様も常々そう口にしてたんですよね。
Grandfather often said the same thing in the past, right? I spoke to Genji-san and Kumasawa-san, who nodded together.
ってことはじい様の次に詳しいのは現地さんと熊沢さんってことになる。
Guess that means you two know more about her than anyone except grandfather. Honestly, be more worrying if this weren't the first time you were seeing something like that. You know, fair.
話してくれないっすか。
Could you tell us?
私は長いことわざと耳にしなかった話です。
For a long time, I've purposely avoided this topic.
ですがこの後に及んではそうも言っていられません。
But now that it has come to this, I can no longer do so.
源氏、知っている限りを話しなさい。
Genji, tell us everything you know. Genji-san didn't answer. He knows better. He's probably actually about to praise Beatrice in a minute. Did he remain silent despite his knowledge, or did he know nothing at all? Still, I had a good guess. The ghost story of the witch Beatrice had long been deified among the servants. He had probably been very close to grandfather in his occult hobbies. So there was a good chance that he had been indoctrinated with even weirder things and had increasingly come to deify the witch. As grandfather's most trusted servant who had sworn loyalty to him, he might be the most influenced by the illusion of the witch that grandfather had created. So there was only one reason for Genji-san to remain silent. He could speak, but it would definitely cause a backlash, so it was better if he kept his mouth shut, and it wasn't like we'd believe him anyway. Something along those lines. A short while ago, Maria had been more than willing to speak bluntly and unrestrainedly, and that had earned her a scuffle with Jessica. It was natural for Genji-san to keep his silence. Was she father's concubine? Wow, okay. His concubine. That could be possible. For ordinary poor people, polygamy isn't only viewed negatively from a moral perspective. Really? I mean, I guess. No, I feel like that's more tied to belief than it is for poor people. Like, trust me, there are plenty, like, let's go back to like the 90s, 2000s, probably even today still. Like, trust me, there are a bunch of men, like, regardless of, like, and probably, like men, like, I mean this from, like, the standpoint of just kind of, like, you know, a patriarchal society, right? Where, like, if a man had the opportunity and was told, like, oh, yeah, you can just marry two women, it's not viewed negatively. It's not. That's not a thing. Not even married, but just kind of, like, having two women at the same time, right? Now, it's viewed negative. Now, if we're talking about, like, negatively from the standpoint of, like, it's seen as not normal or, you know, like outside of the window of what is considered acceptance. I would say that's more of a societal thing, but I do agree with that part of it. Yeah, I don't know. NXT Battleground just finished. It was fun. Good. So just watching you instead of watching both. Cool. It's also in an unmaintainable financial situation. Well, yeah, I guess if I'm broke. But wait, but what if all three of us are bringing in income? For ordinary poor people is an amazing line. Yeah, it just talks down to you so hard. You know, for you poors out there. But that isn't the case for the very rich. It's possible for them to have another lover in addition to their real wife. I mean, like, what is the assumption of the lover? Is it that? Well, I guess it is 1986. I have to remember time period. We can't deny the possibility that grandfather had another woman and in his life besides grandmother. Maybe. Grandmother was alive. I heard she was pretty sure of it. She thought he was cheating on her. I always thought she meant grandfather's imaginary witch. But remember, Battler doesn't like people judging him for being rich. Yeah. I think they're talking in the sense of having a double life, not just a mistress. Oh, okay. Then that makes that makes way more sense then. Okay, then yeah. Okay, yeah. All right, I'm on board with that. Then that would actually explain that. Then maybe Battler should try not being rich. Then, unfortunately, he was born with it, much like Maybelline. They are poor people with double lives, but it's much rarer than mistresses. Yeah. Now this is getting really interesting. You told me, didn't you, Genji-san? Real wife in the mansion, a mistress in the forest hovel. You told me, didn't you, Genji-san? You said Beatrice has been working for grandfather since before the mansion was finished. I heard that the construction of the mansion was completed in Showa 1952. Okay, yeah, I need to remember that.
ってことは、ベアトリーチェという人は30年以上も昔からおじい様と連れ添っていたということになるね。
That means this person called Beatrice was in a relationship with grandfather since at least 30 years ago. You know what would be very interesting, since they brought up Showa 27? Imagine if, like, you know, as globalization happens, that instead of calendars being, or years being marked by, because we're essentially equating years in time to, we have tied it to what should be the birth of Jesus Christ, right? So we have, you know, Anno Domini, right? That's the year of our Lord. And that's what we now have counted every year from. We've just counted it from when the birth of Jesus Christ, right? Could you imagine if instead we were counting years by eras? And then you get something like, okay, well, now we're counting it by the era of this person, and now we're just like, so for instance, like, instead of it being 1952, we are now in Showa 27, and then whenever Showa's era ends, then it's the next person's era, and that's how we're just counting years, right? We just count it by whoever the person is, or that name, and just go. Imagine if the Americans did it just like the Japanese. Oh my God, we would be, I would then have to say, like, oh, when did you go to college? Oh, and I technically can't say like Bush 7. I would have to say, yeah, I went to college in W7. In the year of Obama 7, yeah, like marking by who's president, yeah. I guess it would be a little bit more annoying because then presidents is, like it's literally only by like 4 or 8 years or whenever they pass away. Like a more involved version of Edwardian, Victorian, and Gregorian, yeah. Nah, we're in the iPad kid era. No. Yes, we're in I year 12. That means this person called Beatrice was in a relationship with grandfather since at least 30 years ago.
その30年前の愛人、もしくはその縁者や隠し子が何かの恨みがあって何らかの復讐を企んだ。
Could that concubine of 30 years ago, or maybe a relative or hidden child with that person, hold some kind of grudge and be planning revenge? But then it would be the conversation of which nation's leaderships we would be following. That's exactly it. Because then it's like, okay, who then are we judging everything by? You know, is it America's leader? Is it Japan's leader? Is it, like, maybe we just like pick a person like who like after the, like the person of the whenever dies, they're like, okay, we have to pick a new person and this is their era, and then we're in their era, and it's like, oh man, now we're in the era of who would be funny. Oh god, it's Taylor Swift, and now we're in the Swift era, and like what are we in, like year 24 or whatever? Run it by YouTuber with the most followers in the year of Mr. Beast 3. That's actually funny. It'd be terrible after a while, but that's actually funny. Hold some kind of grudge and be planning revenge.
なるほど。洋館ミステリーっぽいありがちなストーリーになってきたじゃねえか。
I see. This is starting to sound just like your standard Western mansion mystery. And Battle, I need you to remember here, people are dying.
汚らわしい話ですが、一番納得できる筋書きです。
It's a filthy topic, but the easiest line of reasoning to accept.
どうですか、源氏。
What do you think, Genji?
おそらく親方様に恋愛の感情は終わりになられたでしょう。
The master surely had deep feelings of deep love for her, not the way you think.
亡くなられた奥様より愛しておられたに違いありません。
There can be no mistake that he cared for her more than his late wife.
ベアトリーチェってのは何者なんだよ。
Who is this person called Beatrice?
そして今はどうしてるんだ。
And what's she doing now? Oh.
お屋敷ができるより前にお亡くなりになったと聞いています。
Man, when they do those eye opens, it drives me nuts. You can really tell how Natsuhi has been beaten down by all that's happened. She bends herself backwards to justify the actions of her husband and Kinzo, and now she's just like, okay, father had a little side hoe, didn't he? Didn't he? It's just like, God, this family I married into is a mess. Imagine it's just the grandfather's pet dog. Oh yeah. It's just a dog running around and no one can figure it out. I have heard that she passed away before the mansion was completed. She's already dead?
はい。
Yes.
親方様は大層深く悲しまれ。
The master was deeply stricken by grief at her loss.
ベアトリーチェ様を蘇らせる方法として
It needs to be a golden retriever. Would fit. The master was, and he devoted himself to the art of black magic as a means to revive her.
親方様はベアトリーチェ様を心の底から愛しておられたのです。
The master loved Beatrice-sama from the bottom of his heart.
このような狂気に駆り立てるほどに。
It was that madness which drove him to do all that you see here. And also now, by the lack of any other option, Natsuhi is the family head or... Oh, that's right! Oh, shit! You're actually right about that. Oh, shit, she is! Yeah, your options are... There it is. Oh my god, she actually is. You're right. I did not put that together for a second. Technically by default, it is either her or her daughter. That's it. Oh wow. I did not think about that for a second. It was that madness which drove him to all that you see here. And it's very funny that the person who married into it, and that Kinzo did say, You carried the one-winged eagle in your heart before he died. As Genji-san said this, he spread his arms, and though asking us to look at this room filled with the signs of grandfather's madness. We are all at a loss for words. Normally, black magic just seemed like it'd be just creepy and really hard to imagine why someone might be so enraptured by it. Since Kinzo was just an eccentric who had restored the Ushiromiya family amidst his madness, nobody had tried to understand him. Ooh, excuse me. The only thing on grandfather's mind had been the loss of a beloved woman. This music gives me ending of a Ghibli movie vibes, and it's funny because we're nowhere near an end. And his inescapable sorrow. Earlier, this room had seemed creepy. It still is. But in an instant, it had changed into something we could completely understand. Are we sure? The creepy books, the magic circles, the medicine, the alcohol, all of it. It all existed simply because he wanted to revive the face of a single woman who had left this world over 30 years ago.
一度だけ深く酔われた親方様にベアトリーチェ様のお話を聞かされたことがあります。
The master once told me about Beatrice-sama's story once when he was very drunk.
詳しいことは忘れてしまいましたが。
Although I have forgotten the details.
それはもう
It was
女の私が聞いて羨むような
a deep, deep love enough to make a woman like me
愛情でご
jealous.
ざいました。
金蔵さんは後宮家の当主を継いだ時、
When Kinzo-san succeeded the headship of the Ushiromiya family,
当時まだ生き残っていた後宮家の長老たちの意向で
his marriage to his late wife had been decided by the few surviving family elders.
つまり
So,
後宮家にとって得になる女性との結婚を強制された。
he was forced into a marriage with some woman who would benefit the Ushiromiya family?
さようです。
That is correct.
金蔵さんはお家復興のためだけに当主に据えられ、すべての重責を背負わされたのです。
Kinzo-san was installed as the head who would revive the family and had to bear the entirety of that heavy responsibility.
そんな金蔵さんがどこでどういう経緯でベアトリーチェと知り合ったのかはわかりかねます。
I do not pretend to know the details of when or where Kinzo-san first met her.
それ以上語るのは
Guess it'd be rude to say any more than that. That was when grandfather truly fell in love for the first time. Just how deep was his affection for her? That was easy to see just by looking around us. This room was covered with piles upon piles of things having to do with black magic. And grandfather spent every day shut in here, immersed in his research and isolated from the outside world, never regretting 1 minute of it. You couldn't help but recognize the depths of grandfather's love for Beatrice.
私誤解してたよ、源氏さん。
I had it all wrong, Genji-san.
何をでしょうか。
What do you mean by that?
私、使用人の人たちが魔女を妄信するのは、じい様の気持ち悪い黒魔術趣味に感化されてるからじゃないかって。
I always thought that maybe you servants believed blindly in the witch because you were influenced by grandfather's creepy black magic hobby.
違ったんだな。
But that's not how it was. But that's not how it was, right? By acting as though Beatrice's soul at least had been restored and existed inside this mansion, they might have hoped to soothe grandfather's heart. No, I think they could actually see her. With closed eyes and the expression of one remembering something from the distant past, Genji had broken his long silence. Beatrice is real. In making that confession, he probably felt like he was betraying his one and only master in the most serious way, even though that person was already dead. Beatrice is revived as a witch, and she is in the mansion even now. Genji had said it, had believed it, had made people believe it, and would take that with him to the grave. This might have been the last service he could offer up to his master. The legend of the witch, the lion in the wardrobe, the mysterious tale of Rokunjima that was still whispered of among the servants. Its true nature was a sad lie. No, it was an act of kindness towards grandfather, who had lost the person he loved above all else. You know, isn't it wild that that note said, hey, praise me, and like, this is what's happening instead?
私はお父様の前で魔女を否定する話を何度か口にした覚えがあります。
I remember denying the witch's existence in front of father on multiple occasions.
それがどれだけお父様を傷つけていたか。
Now I finally understand how much that must have wounded him.
今の僕にならわかるよ。
Right now I can understand very well.
シャノンを蘇らせる方法が黒魔術だというなら。
If I thought I could revive Shannon using black magic.
僕は今すぐにもこの部屋の次の主となって。
Oh, that's not good. That
研究を始めるよ。
Okay, all right. I really don't trust you now. I'd immediately become the next owner of this room and start researching.
兄貴。
Another strand of tears dripped from George's eyes. Maybe his tears were infectious. Tears rose to Jessica's eyes too, and she sniffled. Okay, you just killed the mood. Beatrice has said it. Very soon she will be able to revive people. You'll be able to meet them, she said. Very soon the door to the Golden Land will be opened. And the promised land that glitters gold, the souls of all the dead will be resurrected, along with the love that has been lost. That will sleep in a world of peacefulness for all time.
So 言ったのか?
Did she say that?
マリアに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェ。
The Beatrice who gave you the letter. You don't believe, do you?
ここにじい様がいたなら。
If only grandfather were here to make this even more confusing.
きっと喜んだろうな。
I'm sure he'd be happy.
もうじきベアトリーチェが蘇ることにさぞや踊り上がって喜んだろうな。
I'm sure he'd be jumping for joy now that Beatrice is about to be revived. I'm not gonna lie, he probably seemed a little bit more excited about being thrown in the furnace or the boiler room.
俺は信じたぜ。
In that case, I believe.
じい様が半生をかけて研究したことで蘇り、愛した女の魂が蘇ったと信じて寿命を全うできるって言うんなら。
If grandfather gave up half his life for this research, trying to resurrect the soul of the woman he loved and spending the rest of his life believing, I'll believe too. Butler.
一人の女性をずっと愛し続けた気持ちが。
When you love a single woman for so
周りにも伝わり。
the people around you catch on to it, and it becomes the truth.
それを気遣いと呼べばそれまでだろうけれど。
Maybe you could say they're just being polite for the sake of your feelings.
今の僕はあえてそれを魔法と呼んであげたいね。
But right here and now, I'd like to call that magic.
気遣いじゃないよ。
It isn't just being polite.
本当に魔法だよ。
It really is magic.
魔女だよ。
She's a witch.
やっぱり誰にもベアトリーチェの姿は見えないんだね。
It looks like nobody can see Beatrice after all. Some time passed. As we listened to the sound of the rain, we considered what kind of love and madness must have possessed the owner of this room as he spent half of his life here.
女の私から聞けば、お父様の純愛の気持ちも少しは理解したいところですが。
If you ask me as a woman, then while I'd like to be understanding of father's feelings of true love,
お母様の立つ瀬があります。
it did leave mother in an awkward position. Natsuhi, finally, the one person who's thinking, well, wait a minute. Hang on a second here. I'm with Natsuhi. Let's not romanticize this.
同感だぜ。
I agree.
浮気は浮気。
Cheating is cheating.
綺麗事にされちゃかなわねえよ。
No way to make it pretty. Yeah, that's kind of like, well, wait a minute. We just kind of threw the wife under the bus here.
それもそうだな。
Yeah, that's right.
ばあ様が気の毒になっちまうぜ。
Gotta feel sorry for grandmother.
それでベアトリーチェとおじい様の間に子供がいたなんて話はある？
Yeah, it's Maria. No, I'm kidding. So have there been any rumors about a child between Beatrice and grandfather? Well, hang on. Hang on. It's a thought. Oh my. Okay, I just had the worst thought ever. And if this is somehow right, I will lose my mind if it happens. So remember how they're talking about the orphanage? What? There's no way, right? Like, no shot. Like, it's just him just with whoever he's just been with and just like children where it's like, oh, well, you know, we'll just send him to an orphanage. Ah, man, pregnant again. I got another woman pregnant. All right, time to drop off the kid at the orphanage. They can come back and, you know, in 3 years they can completely forget all about this and then send them off into the real world. And that's the real plot twist, like the Yakuza orphanage. Blackjack, I'm gonna use duct tape on you. No. I'm laughing, and then it's gonna happen, and then I'm gonna just... The keyword Beatrice has been hiding in every corner of this case, so it's natural to suspect some relatives of hers. No. I have not heard of anything like that.
仮にいたとしたら、最愛の人の忘れがたみとして、きっとすべての愛情を注ぎ込んだだろうね。
If there was one of them, if there was one, a memento of his most beloved person, he surely would have given them all of his affection.
それがなく、黒魔術に没頭していったなら、子供はいなかったと考えるべきなのかな。
If I kept score, I'm pretty sure you would be wrong more times than right at all time. No. Me, predictive text Blackjack, who gets ahead of the text so much that at times I have to remember, oh, they're about to explain it. Here it is. This guy, wrong more than right. And to be fair, I don't even think I'm going to be right about that. I'm just that was just funny. I've been here for 6 years. You're telling me I've been streaming for 6 years. Do you think I wasn't here either? Since he ended up immersing himself in black magic instead, maybe we should assume that there was no such child. Not mentally. Oh, wow. Low. Unbelievable. So low. Come to think of it, that reminds me of a rumor I heard. You know it, right? That story about how grandfather heavily supported an orphanage called the... Oh my god, no they're not. No. No. The backstory about how grandfather heavily supported an orphanage called the Fukuin House. Enough of that. That is nothing more than slander, which would desecrate father. Tell us that, Nazi. I think even you'd agree that this is no time to hide things from each other. No. No. It's a worthless story. The way I wheezed when you first mentioned the orphanage, knowing what the game would bring up right after, and then it's even funnier because I literally just talked about beforehand. I get ahead of the text and I can predict what's about to happen, and then I'm told that I would be wrong, and then here we are. It's a worthless story. It's beautiful. Just capture that 3 minutes that happened, and that is every stream here. Father made massive donations to an orphanage and had the orphans employed as servants as the head family to give them some on-the-job experience. No. The story in question is simply some drivel spread by fools who claim that father was using those orphanage for some filthy hobby. Oh, okay. All right. I mean, you know, okay. I mean, like, kind of there. we kind of got there. For a while, some guys even said he was collecting human sacrifices for his black magic. My guesses of the past and your powers of the future combined, we can defeat nearly anything. And he really is doing weird experiments and ceremonies in this room all the time, so I have to lead it myself. Kinda. I mean, like, I brought up the orphanage, and, like, they didn't talk about the orphanage at all. That was just me thinking out loud the second they was like, did he have any kids? And I was like, well, okay, wait, he has an orphanage. The fuck? Like, wait, hang on a second. And these servants who came from the Fukuin house are... There are several of them, but Shannon and Kanon were the two scheduled during the family conference shift. To resurrect Beatrice, he brought in servants from an orphanage as human sacrifices? After all, everyone grandfather selected as his servant was young, about the same age as Shannon and Kanon-kun. I was sure it was because grandfather had some bizarre hobby. Jessica! Mind your words. When Aunt Nazi scolded her, the atmosphere instantly went sour and everyone felt quiet. However, something was tugging at the back of my mind. Sacrifices. Human sacrifices brought over from an orphanage. I guess I probably should have thought human sacrifices. I mean, that is a very popular trope. But it was the fact that they said, did he have any kids? That I just went, wait a minute, there's an orphanage. There were a bunch of kids there. What is it? I forget words like sacrifices don't pop up often. And yet, I've seen or heard that word recently. Some part of my memory is tugging at me. Hey, Beatrice. What do you know? I had arrived in front of the portrait of Beatrice. It wasn't as massive as the one in the entrance hall, but that portrait, which must have been drawn by some famous painter, was still just as intimidating in the smaller size. Below it, just like the entrance hall, was the epitaph that supposedly hinted at the location of the hidden gold. Oh. Sacrifices. Here.
よバトラ。
What the hell, battler?
急に気持ち悪いこと言うな
You're
よ。
creeping me out.
生贄を
6
6人
sacrifices. Both of my eyes were as wide as plates. Everything's been predicted right there from the very beginning. Everyone crowded around. The same expression of shock rose to all of our faces. I like how they read this and did not think once, that's weird. 6 people all died at once. That's kind of like that thing that the thing said. The epitaph said. Shannon and Kanon and Anon and Janon. I don't know what names would be used. It just Shannon, Kanon, actually I don't know either. That's right. Raion, so like Raion. That's right. It's right there in the epitaph. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. Finally? He's there? Finally?
最初に死んだのは6人だ。
6 people died in the beginning.
そしてシャッターに書かれた魔法陣じゃねえ、ヘブライ語でも生贄を捧げると書いてあった。
And even on the shutter where the magic circle was drawn, no, where the Hebrew was written, it mentioned the offering of sacrifices.
私は最初からそう言ってる。
I've been saying that from the beginning. That's right. Maria said it right at the start. Right after we found the 6 bodies where Maria was, when Maria was in the parlor watching TV, she said it. Ooh, the culprit isn't human. It's just the sacrifices chosen by the key.
これは黄金の隠し場所なんかじゃねえ。
This has nothing to do with the location of the hidden gold. What do you mean?
黒魔術か何かの復活の儀式の手順なんだ。
It's the instructions for a resurrection ceremony using black magic or something.
確かこの碑文には大勢の死が必要になるはず。
After all, this epitaph requires a large number of deaths.
確かに。
It sure does.
ざっと読むだけでも6たす2たす5で。
Even reading through it quickly, there'd be 6 plus 2 plus 5. I want to mess with somebody, but I won't. 13.
13人は死ななくちゃならないことになってるぜ。
13 people who must die.
普段はこの島には何人いるんですか?
What do you mean how many people are normally on this island? You should focus on the fact that there are 10 dead and there's 8 of you left right now. How many people are normally on this island?
使用人のシフトにもよるでしょうが、お父様、夫に、私にジェシカ。
Apparently now it is. Yes, it is now 9. It changes depending on the shifts from the servants, but there's father, my husband, Jessica, and me.
そして使用人が2、3人。
And 2 or 3 servants.
昨日今日は5人いてもらってますが、普段はそこまでいません。
Today and yesterday there were 5 of them, but there aren't normally that many. Okay, so wait a minute then, right? So you bring somebody else because you need them. Wait, is that? Okay. 9, 11. This is 11, 12. By the way, I know. Yeah, because this goes from yesterday's stream. 13. Well, let's not count the physician, right? So Genji, who is the leader of the servants, he's been here longer than anyone else, right? Oh, right, and Goda. Okay, never mind. Whatever I was thinking, it's not right. Today and yesterday there were 5 of them, but there aren't normally that many. Which means that normally there wouldn't be enough sacrifices to carry out the ceremony. No, wait.
じいさまは福音の家から不気味な儀式の生贄にするために使用人を取ったという噂。
There's that rumor that grandfather was collecting servants from an orphanage to be used as sacrifices in some creepy ceremony.
つまりなんだよ。
So what does this mean?
生贄の人数を増やすために使用人を増やし、さらに人数が集まる年に一度の親族会議は
He increased the number of servants to increase the number of sacrifices and waited for the annual family conference when even more people would gather? Is it now the only time of the year the ceremony could be held? When Jessica screamed this, Mario broke out in that creepy laugh, looking truly pleased. Uh-oh. Haven't you ever heard of people making bets to test their fate? Like throwing a sandal and saying that if it lands right side up, tomorrow will be sunny. Or saying that tomorrow might be a good day if a coin lands heads up. There are many little superstitions like that. Sometimes when your luck is down and you get bored and you roll the dice and get 3 6s, you want to believe it's a portent of something, some miracle. When flipping a sandal, you have at worst a 50% chance. Even if you get it right side up, it's not worth much. But if you carelessly roll 3 dice and they all come up 6, you might think that's a small miracle. No, what would that be? Like a 1 in 256 chance? Did I do math right? 6, 6, 36, 36, 6, 6, 36. 216. Yeah. Yeah, 6, 6 is 36, 36 and 6, 6, 6 is 36, 6, carry to 3, 18 and 3, 20, 216. Yeah, I got it right. Yeah, that's a 1 in 216 chance. So that's again, like even those odds are small. I mean, even those odds aren't really that big. Magic works the same way. You must pray earnestly for an extremely unlikely result. Then the feelings from all those stored up prayers gain magical power and become incarnate. So the magic that grandfather was trying to perform was probably like that. The key randomly selected sacrifices in a lottery. So to reduce the chance that he himself was selected, he chose the day with the greatest number of people on the island to carry out the ceremony. Ridiculous. Are you saying that the entire situation was caused by a mere ceremony for some bizarre magic? Natsuhi yelled. She couldn't quite quell the fear that a scorpion charm might be the only reason she was still safe. If I hadn't received that charm from Jessica and hung it from my doorknob, would I have been killed mixed in along with those 6? Even though I hung the charm from the inside of the door, they couldn't get through that door. The culprit noticed the charm from outside the door and gave up trying to open it. A human couldn't have perceived that. A charm meant to stop something that was not human had done exactly that. Impossible, impossible, impossible. But Natsuhi-san. The epithet certainly does continue to fit even after that. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the two who are close. That was my assumption. Could this be talking about Eva-sama and Hideyoshi-sama? Painful as it may be, we must reach that conclusion. And after the culprit killed them, they left the words from the third twilight in a letter here. Oh, wait a minute. That would actually make sense. Okay. So wait. So hang on then. That would make sense. That adds up. Third twilight. Okay. So I think the word twilight here just means act. Right? So the first act will be the 6 sacrifices. Okay? The second act, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. Okay. So I think this is in reference to, okay. Got it. Those who remain shall praise my noble name, right? So that was, so this was supposed to happen, but because they didn't read the actual letter until now, they kind of fucked up here, right? On the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. That's happened. The 5th twilight, gouge the chest and kill. That has happened. So it's a coincidence that these 2 just happen to be killed in the head. But we do have somebody who was actually killed in the head. And then we have the chest kill. So next will be the stomach, the knee, and the leg. So there are 3 more we need to go through here. Okay. But we fucked up on this step, though, which is throwing me off here. I mean, not saying that the witch has to oblige by that. It's just those who remain shall be doing that. That's right. They left the 3rd twilight in that place. The 3rd twilight was just like Aunt Nazi you just read. Isn't Kinzo always praising her and he died? Well, that doesn't mean anything. On the 3rd twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. Ah, if you read it this way, it just keeps going on, doesn't it? On the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. Gouge the head and kill. George Anaki's parents were killed by those demon ice picks gouged into their head. But that doesn't... No. Wait a minute. Actually. No, I'm right. Yeah, because... Yeah. No. I'm right. So, well, why is he doing this here, though? But if they were the 2nd twilight... Okay, cool. Okay, he got there. Someone else must have been gouged in the head. That's grandfather. He was burned in the incinerator, and our eyes were so drawn to that part that we didn't notice. But his forehead... No, his head had been gouged. Grandfather was the victim of the 4th twilight? It was 5th, yes. On the 5th twilight, gouge the chest and kill. We thought Kanon-kun's case was an unexpected encounter with the culprit, but that's wrong. From the very beginning, they planned to lure someone out and drive something through their chest. If the culprit had followed the epitaph this far, does that mean 3 people still have to die? Yes. On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Yes. You could read it that way. What do you mean you could read it that way? Well, I wonder about that. After those 3 die, it reaches the 9th twilight. Take a look. On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. Oh, that's fair. That is true. We're all gonna be killed by Beatrice? I don't get it. Wouldn't that mean everyone dies no matter how many people there are? What was grandfather after? Doesn't this mean the ceremony would kill him too no matter what? I don't think he cared. It's okay if no one's left alive. On the 10th twilight, we've finally arrived at the Golden Land. On the 10th twilight, at Journey's End, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasure once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. Grandfather wasn't afraid of dying. Look at the second, third, and fourth, third of the 4th treasures. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. So grandfather believed he would eventually be revived even if he died partway through the ceremony? Ridiculous, that's insane. When you die, it's over, right? That don't come back to life. Isn't that a miracle humanity's been chasing after for thousands of years and still hasn't accomplished? So, is this what it means? Something like you'll be able to meet them in the afterlife where they'll be restored? If what you're saying now is right, would that mean that grandfather, whose remaining life is slim and who had been driven mad by love, has committed suicide? I guess that's one way to look at it. And that's probably a way more accurate way to look at it. No, massive force group suicide? Genji. Is such a thing possible? I don't know. The master is a man who sometimes has the wisdom to see 1,000 years into the future. However, there are times when that appears to be nothing more than madness to commoners such as myself. Mario, why didn't your mom stop you from being so creepy? Well, no. Actually, she did. Actually, that's how you got ooh. Because she actually did stop that. Okay, should we take that for a yes? Why do you say what do you say, Kumasawa-san? I don't know anything. That's right, I don't know. That's a weird thing to say. Do you think I would be on this island today if I did know? I would have faked an illness or done anything to take the day off, that's right. What about your opinion, Dr. Nanjo? You've been grandfather's father for many years. I feel the same way as Genji-san. Kinzo-san was a man who far surpassed ordinary people. I've even felt a sort of inhuman power from him at times. Even I don't know what Kinzo-san was thinking when he wrote that epitaph.
一つだけ言えるのは、仮にこの筋書きを作ったのがお父様であっても、
All we can say
実行しているのは別の人間だということです。
is that even if Father did write this script, someone else is carrying it out.
確かに。
That's right.
少なくとも、じい様とカノン君を襲った犯人は他にいる。
At the very least, there's another culprit who attacked grandfather and Kanan-kun.
しかもそいつは、この碑文通り、まだ事件を続けようとしている。
Furthermore, that person is still continuing the crimes just as the epitaph says.
僕たちが深く考えなかった最初の手紙。
The letter in the beginning that we didn't think deeply
あれに
about.
はなんて書いてあっただろう。
What was it that was written there? We thought back to the recitation of that letter last night. Beatrice had proclaimed something inside it. She proclaimed that according to her contract with Kinzo, she would collect everything from the Ushiromiya family as interest, but then she had also revealed a special clause. If someone discovered the location the gold grandfather had hidden, that right would be lost. When the letter was read, grandfather was still alive. At that time, it had already been sealed with wax by the head's ring, which meant grandfather had handed the ring over to Beatrice when he was still alive. If we take a straightforward approach, maybe we should assume Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract with grandfather, guaranteeing her that right. In other words, this is the same as saying grandfather knew and approved of the contents of that letter. In other words, it's basically a joint message from Beatrice and grandfather, telling us that Beatrice will start collecting interest if we don't solve the riddle. In other words, grandfather and Beatrice are demanding that we try and solve the riddle of the epitaph, and if we couldn't, they were saying that the massacre would be carried out according to the epitaph. What does that mean? What do they want? I don't have a clue what it means.
ほら、ベアトリーチェからまた手紙だよ。
What do you mean another one? Oh look, another letter from Beatrice. Huh?
なんだって?
What did you say? Mario was pointing at the top of the table where the canned food everyone had been eating just now still lay. A Western envelope from Beatrice certainly was sitting there, but so what? Okay, thanks for the jump scare music. What in the... Aunt Nazi let out a hysterical cry, looking between her own hand and the table. Yeah, I guess how would that get there, right? Like, because if it wasn't there before, they're in a locked room. How did that get there? We just got a letter. We know who it's from, because the envelope she just opened was still grasped in her hand. So why is there still an envelope on the table? What the hell? What's going on, Maria? Where did that envelope come from?
今見たら置いてあった。
Just now I looked and it was lying there.
うん。
Oh, the very rare snarky ooh.
私は何も知りませんよ。何も。
I don't know anything.
冗談じゃねえ。ここには俺たち8人しかいねえんだぞ。
This isn't funny. There's only the 8 of us here.
9人目がこっそり忍び込んでいたなんてこともあるわけがね。
There's no way some 9th person snuck in.
俺たちがちょいと肖像画の前に集まっていたわずかの隙しかないんだぞ。
There wasn't enough time during the few seconds that we gathered around the portrait, right? Oh?
全員下がりなさい。
Okay. It's like, game? I just love the way it wants to prepare you for a jump scare. Get back, all of you!
壁へ下がりなさい。
Back against the wall. Anatsu was pointing the rifle at Genji and the others, but bellowing at them. Genji-san was overpowered, his face looking like he didn't have a clue what was going on. Of course, I felt the same way, but a few moments late, I reached the same conclusion Nazi had. Until just a few seconds ago, there had been no letter like this on the table, and nobody entered this room. That means someone among us placed it there during the few seconds when everyone was looking away, preoccupied with the portrait. Battler-kun, open that envelope and read what's inside. Sure. I picked it up. It was still sealed with wax. Even without disturbing its contents, I realized that this was an as yet unopened envelope, an unknown envelope. Without relying on a paper knife, I tore it apart and pulled out the letter inside. The contents were as follows. Okay, that's a new voice. Are you enjoying the riddle of Kinzo-sama's epitaph? Okay, finally. Is she finally going to show herself? As you're all probably aware, you have very little time remaining. Please abandon all naive hopes of escaping after the storm passes. This game can only end with my victory or yours. When time runs out, I will win by default. There will be no ties. Make sure that you do not misunderstand your current situation. That's what it says. It isn't clear who put this letter here. What do you mean? It's very clear. It's Beatrice. However, I have been able to narrow down the list of suspects. It's you all. Madam. Okay, maybe we don't let Natsuhi have the gun after all. That's just too horrible. Just before I moved past towards the portrait, I set a can of food down here. At that time, there definitely wasn't anything as strange as this letter there. And at that time, Jessica, George-kun, and Battler-kun were already in front of the portrait. And they didn't leave the spot in front of the portrait until the letter appeared. So the person who set that letter down is one of you four. Beatrice is here. We aren't Beatrice. That's interesting because... Oh, she must have said herself and then everybody else too. Beatrice exists. Silence. I don't know whether I should suspect one of you or all of you. But without a doubt, at least one among you, among us, is the culprit. That's right. There can't be a 19th person. There's no way witches exist. Even when Kanon-kun was killed. Yeah, that could be explained if Kumasawa-san was the one who did it. Natsuki finally speaks as the chat telling Mario to shut up. The truth is that Kumasawa entered the boiler room with Kanon-kun and killed him. No. And then she lied, saying he had already fallen when she got there. Oh, wait a minute. Huh. No. Right? You're making a mistake, milady. Why would I do something like that? I mean, she has been a little sus, like with the way she's been phrasing some things. I don't have the slightest idea how my parents were killed in that closed room. But when they were killed, everyone except for the servants had an alibi. The only one who didn't were the servants. Does that really mean it's okay to suspect them? Yes, now that you mention it, they have no alibi for any of the cases. Should we really be so quick to make that judgment? But this time, in this room, in this place, in this moment, in this minimally small bit of time and space, it's obvious. Only one of the four of them could have set the letter there in our blind spot. We can't tell who put it there, but it's obvious that one of the four did it. Natsuki-san. Please calm yourself. A lot has happened today. I understand how much strain is on your mind right now. Dr. Nacho, it truly pains me to call you suspicious. However, you are father's personal doctor and his closest friend. You've been by his side for many years, and you might even know about Beatrice. Why would they do that, though, right? Okay. Let's maybe go down that rabbit hole. They're in on it, right? If that's true, how do they pull this shit off then, though? This feels like a red herring, but I don't know. Could you be hiding some kind of old obligation? The only thing that's weird has been the behavior. The behavior makes me think, okay, maybe they are onto something. Of course not. Calm yourself. It was pitiful to watch Dr. Nanjo frantically pleading his innocence. It was probably a normal reaction that anyone would give if they were suspected. Kumasawa was the same, but she's been a little sussy. Ever since Jessica voiced her suspicions of Kumasawa murdering Kanon, Kumasawa had been totally flustered. That was why Genji's still calm appearance looked so bold. Natsuki pointed the barrel of the gun. Genji, you were grandfather's #1 subordinate. Was Beatrice an illusion you showed to father with you as the performer? If by suspect you mean me as the master's greatest servant. Then I consider it a great honor regardless of the circumstances. However, I am not the one who put the letter there. Do you expect us to just accept that? You must be the ringleader. Maybe Kumasawa and Dr. Nanjo are your accomplices. And Maria-chan too. Okay. Well, actually, not content to suspect just the adults, Aunt Natsuki pointed the gun relentlessly at a 9-year-old child. I mean, to be fair, though. But Maria acted as though nothing happened. Or maybe she thought she would be fine even if she was shot. By this point, we can no longer remove someone from suspicion just because they're young. And to be fair, she did also give us the first letter. So for the last time, let me ask the question that everyone had since last night. Yesterday, who was the Beatrice who handed you that letter? Maria, don't dodge the question. Make it clear. She's gonna say Beatrice. You still don't believe. That too. How many times do I have to tell you? It's Beatrice. The 1,000-year-old golden witch. You want to know what she looks like? Just turn around. See? She's right there. Beatrice is. Don't mess with us, Maria. Enough, Jessica.
マリアもよせ。
Maria, too.
状況が分かってんのか。
Don't you understand the situation?
そんなこと言って何になるってんだ。
What are you hoping to gain by saying stuff like
無
this?
意味な挑発はよしやがるってんだ。
Stop stirring each other up pointlessly.
マリアにはわかんないよ。
I don't understand.
バトラたちは誰が犯人ならいいの？
Who do you all want the culprit to be?
自分たちの中に犯人がいると信じたくない時だけベアトリーチェを信じて。
You only believe in Beatrice when you don't want to suspect one of your own.
親しい人を殺された恨みを晴らしたい時だけ暴力をぶつけられる人間の犯人を信じたがってベアトリーチェを否定する。
When you're trying to settle a grudge because someone who's close to you has been killed, only then do you want to believe in a human you can attack with violence and deny Beatrice.
だから見えないんだよ。
That's why you can't see her.
ベアトリーチェはいる。
Beatrice exists.
お前たちには見えない。
You all can't see her.
黙りなさい。
Silence.
あなたが犯人だと決めつけたくはありませんが、この状況を不愉快にさせて楽しんでいる利的行為者であることはもはや疑いの余地もありません。
I don't want to label you as the culprit, but there is no longer any doubt that you enjoy making this situation unpleasant and are providing assistance to the enemy.
ならどうするの？
Then what will you do?
マリアを撃つ？
Shoot me?
別にいいよ。
I don't mind.
もうすぐ黄金鏡の扉が開かれる。
Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be open.
そして全ての死者が蘇る。
Then all the dead will be resurrected.
今や死は恐れるべきことではないんだよ。
Right now, death is nothing to be afraid of. She's very differently built. She just said, what are you gonna do, shoot me? Okay, fuck it, I don't care. Sure, do it. Mom, she really is suspicious. We can't keep her with us.
でも夏日おばさん、どうか落ち着いて。
But Aunt Nazi, please calm down.
マリアちゃんを撃つ理由は何もない。
There's no reason to shoot Maria. Well, I mean...
どうか冷静に。
Please, remain
手
composed.
紙は挑発するけど、何も恐れることはない。
The letter was meant to provoke us, but it's nothing to be afraid of.
犯人だって、明日が怖いんだ。
Even the culprit is scared of what will happen tomorrow.
警察が怖いんだ。
They're scared of the
この
police.
島は今、無秩序に支配されているけれど、それは台風で隔離されているからだけに過ぎない。
The culprit is afraid of the police who are not here on the island while they've just been freely killing you all. Okay. But that's only because it's isolated by this typhoon.
台風が過ぎれば、秩序が戻ってくる。
Once the typhoon passes, the law will return. Man, I wish I could boldly believe that.
だからおばさん、撃っちゃいけない。
So you mustn't shoot.
なんでジョージ兄さんはそんなにも冷静なんだよ。
I'm with Jessica. How can you stay so calm, George Nissan?
この4人の中に犯人がいる。
One of these four is the culprit.
いや、あるいは4人が全員来るかもしれない。
No, maybe all four of them are working together.
この中にエヴァおばさんたちを殺した犯人がいるかもしれないってのに、なんでそんなに冷静なんだよ。
How can you stay so calm when one of these four might be the culprit who killed your parents?
僕だって犯人を見つけて殺してやりたい気持ちはあるさ。
Even I have the desire to find the culprit and kill them.
それは単なる蛮行だ。
But that would be simple barbarism.
僕は罪の裁きを秩序に任せる。
I will leave the judgment of crimes to the law.
どんなに疑わしくても。
So no matter how suspicious they are, you mustn't pull that trigger.
ジョージの兄貴に同じだ。
I feel the same way, same as George
夏
Aniki.
日おばさん、
Nazi.
ここはちょいと冷静になろうぜ。
Get a hold of yourself for a second.
とにかく撃つのはまずいぜ。
Anyway, it'd be bad to shoot.
こういう時はよ、頭を後ろに反らしてクールになれって3回唱えるといいらしいぜ。
In times like this, I hear you should tilt your head back and say, "Stay cool" 3 times.
はっきりさせておきます。
Let me make this clear.
魔女などいない。
Witches don't
こ
exist.
こは六軒島で、ここは後宮家の本家屋敷です。
Not on Rokenjima, not in the Ushirumiya mansion. Well, I mean...
後宮家代表、後宮夏日として宣言します。
Ooh. I declare it as Ushirumiya Natsuhi, representative of the Ushirumiya family.
ここには魔女などいない。
There's no witch here. I won't accept Beatrice. No matter what you're planning, I won't let you lay one finger on my daughter or the rest of them. That's my daughter. That's my daughter. That's my duty as a mother and a representative to the family. Those words were the final words of farewell that settled everything. To protect her daughter, Aunt Natsuki would regard any suspicious person as an enemy. The only reason George Aniki and I were standing on this side was because by coincidence we had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't approached the portrait, I would also be at the other end of the gun, treated like a criminal. But even though part of me thought that, part of me was thinking that chasing all the suspicious people from this room would finally guarantee our safety. Genji-san and Kumasawa-san and Dr. Nanjo, all of them were on grandfather's side. Maybe you could say that once Maria started blindly believing in Beatrice, she was also on grandfather's side. That's right. They're all suspicious. But is this really okay? I don't know. If we throw out all the suspicious ones in such a lawless way, will we still have the right to defy the lawlessness of the witch? No. I think this is our stopping point. Jeez. That was intense. I guess we jump back in tomorrow and we see what else here. Unless I'm like close to the end of the chapter. I mean, we've been going for 5.5 hours. Time felt like it just blew by. Let me do a save here. I haven't saved in a hot minute. You can definitely finish episode 1 tomorrow. I feel like I'm close. All right. Let's stop here then. I think this is a good stopping point. We'll rate a good friend of mine who is celebrating their 4-year anniversary here on Twitch. That is Rat Baby. And they're doing... they're currently playing Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. But they're also a streamer, and like a lot of my friends that I stream with are also there too. So we'll go ahead and say hello to them. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me. I will see y'all tomorrow for more of UMINEKO, which hopefully I can finish in 2 hours. Because, you know, if I derail, you know how that goes. But either way, thank you so much again for your time today. I will see y'all tomorrow. Bye-bye.